região central da Itália, 750 anos antes do nascimento de Cristo. Iniciando uma jornada que os levaria muito além do que jamais poderiam imaginar, alguns agricultores se estabeleceram às margens do rio Tibre. Deram a esse lugar o nome de Roma. A cidade prosperou. Foram construídas estradas legendárias. O comércio com as cidades vizinhas foi incentivado. A vida era boa, mas os cidadãos romanos ansiavam por mais e desenvolveram poderosas legiões a fim de conquistar novas terras. O Império se fortaleceu. Ninguém podia impedir o destino de Roma. Os prisioneiros derrotados eram escravizados e comprados pelos cidadãos ricos, que desfrutavam da vida incomparavelmente civilizada de Roma. Entretanto, nem todos os cidadãos viviam tão luxuosamente, o que acarretava tumultos provocados pelos famintos e pelos pobres. Mas Roma prosperou, deixando como prova de sua glória espetaculares locais para o entretenimento brutal e muitas vezes perigoso que seu povo exigia.
Yeah, that opening still gives me the good shivers. Okay, time to play some BR Caesar 3. Actually, it's time to ping Palomar with this, but I see they're already in chat, so that makes life a little easier. Right, I've done an unholy bastardization of my install of Caesar 3. I've grabbed a fresh batch of community voices from the channel community, put them in as different roles, with some questionable audio balancing, and certainly a whole lot of white noise with it. I'm sure we can just call it part of the charm. And on top of that, I've switched out the readings and the FMVs for glorious Brazilian Caesar. So if we were to start a new career...
Que comece o teu treinamento de governo. Primeiro, deves aprender os princípios básicos da construção de povoamentos romanos. Loteia a área...
Yeah, let's not. God, that's a little painful. Right, we have a custom map here, Logistica Nova. I've actually got a lot of custom maps, and I plan on chewing through a whole load of them in the coming weeks and or months. Yeah, I think there's at least 6 at my fingertips. Anyway, this is the first one up this week. City construction kit, here we go. Now this map, there's going to be a lot to say about this map. Some good, some bad. Some certainly very bad. But we'll get to that. Where are we? Well, it helps if I know my alphabet, doesn't it? I'm just getting into the swing of things with Brazilian Caesar, not knowing the basics. Logistica, Mark III. Mark III seems about right, I was given a few builds of these. So, we've got ourselves a large province, so it doesn't look like we're going to be too pinned in terms of map size, but it is rugged. The city is besieged, so we know there's going to be a lot of attacks. Although, in Caesar's own judgment, he thinks it's a standard assignment. He doesn't think it's that very hard at all. We don't have to get much culture, thankfully. Anyone who puts high culture goals on their map, I wonder if they actually play the game. Loads of prosperity, a fairly high population, loads of favour, loads of peace, and we have 40 years in which to get this done. So let's start the map, slow it right down, and observe. So this map was submitted by Palomar. I believe they said it's the first map they've ever made. So immediately that's quite impressive, mostly because of just how it looks. A lot of people who do their standard first maps, everything's very blocky because the tools for putting things onto the map are very blocky. You just use a block of a standard size and slam it down. It takes quite a bit of finesse to work with these smaller tools and make something that looks more organic. So straight away, it's quite visually pleasing. Although, gameplay-wise, I can tell already that I'm going to be having a rough time. A really rough time. Right, let's go over the basics of the map, shall we? We have all water access, all health access, no small temples, and no oracles. So you see that, you straight away know that your map maker is wanting you to have a particularly rough time. The only temples we can make are the large ones, and there is no local access to marble. Or is there? There actually is, because the map maker realized that that's a horribly sadistic thing to do, and sent a separate save file, because using their galactic level brain, they actually edited the save file to allow there to be marble locally, which is very nice. If you make your player have to import marble and have to do large temples, you are just you're doing nasty things to that player. I realize that this all sounds very facetious, but I'm playing this 100% straight right now. And yeah. Alright, yeah, you probably launched the save file in hard mode, so we even get a little bit more starting money. Huzzah. So, point is, it's going to be an immediate priority to get marble operational to appease at least some of the gods. I'm probably going to tell Ceres and Neptune that I hate their guts, but I must keep Mars, Mercury, and Venus happy. Mars and Mercury, because Mars will incite a local rebellion to destroy me before I have an army. Mercury will cast fire from the sky down and torch my warehouses. Even if you don't have granaries, he'll do it to your warehouses. And Venus will make everybody so sad and diseased that they will die and emigrate. And I don't want that. I need lots of people in my city to fuel the economy to dig me out of that horrific debt. There's all kinds of education, including mission posts. Now that's very important because Palmer took a slice out of the Marek pie and decided to put natives freaking everywhere. I absolutely hate this on maps. Maybe some people like them, but I've never met such people. The problem with natives everywhere is that if you build even the slightest little thing on what they consider to be their land, every native on the map will rise up and destroy your entire city until that offending piece is gone. And once they start, they won't despawn for a long time. So you're always gingerly stepping around these unless you use the mission posts, which are rather expensive at 100 denarii each and consume 20 workers each, and they have a very short walking range. So it's going to take either a lot of very gingerly stepping around this map, or a whole lot of mission posting to keep these guys in check, and one slip up and they'll torch my entire freaking city. So, a lot of people when they do maps, they localize their natives in one place, so usually on a very good place, like take this. This is actually a pretty good place for natives, right? They are in the way of some pretty fertile land. So then you would think, okay, well, we're going to need the jump for native huts. Not like natives here, so you just have to very gingerly step. Anyway, it could be that the point was to make something as brutally horrible as that, in which case, well done on native placement. Right, native rant almost over, but not quite. It looks at a glance that we have all entertainment types. It's very easy to miss one here when I read the list, but if I see Hippodrome and I see Chariot Maker, I know we're in for an okay time with entertainment. Now this is... It was an interesting challenge in the last city I did, and we have it again. The only tax collection we have is from the Senate. That is weird. Well, it's not weird, it's challenging, but it's a strange kind of challenge. It heavily de-incentivizes me from having high-level pleb housing, to the point where I might even just want to go small casa and have lots of grand villas. Because if you can't tax them, there's very little point in upgrading your plebs, except for prosperity. And for prosperity, if it's set up like this, just have luxury palaces. I don't often build lots of luxury palaces, so it might just be that I have to do that here, and the terrain is going to make that difficult. And if you're wanting me to just get straight into the action, then too bad. I normally spend about 15 minutes at the start of every map just talking about it, because would you believe city planning The important part of that word is planning, and there's a lot of it. Do submitters beat their own maps first? I sincerely doubt that anyone who submits me maps has really beaten them, but I get sent quite a few maps that are pretty ball-bustingly tough. Well, that's not fair. I think Dunkil was beaten, and I've got that coming up. So, basically, no forums is a strain on the money into the mid and late game. Doesn't really affect us in the early game. Looks like we have all engineering buildings, including wharfs and shipyards, which is weird, very weird, because there's one source of fish, and almost no way to use it. In fact, I have no idea how one is meant to use that fish. Potential wharf points include... Is that a rock? No. But if you want a bridge over here, you can't use that. Or that. So I'm pretty sure the only fishing point is here, which is funny because this is your only water point. Not strictly, but in terms of getting water for your city, the reservoir is going to have to go here. There's almost nowhere else that you can place a reservoir and have it function. So that's rough. Really rough. Blobber is a good Caesar 3 player, and he got utterly destroyed by this map, so yay. Right, something's missing on this list, and I can't even tell. We've got walls and gatehouse. Ah, we don't have towers. That's a damn shame, because one look at this map, and I had an idea for defense, but it revolved around towers. But we can't do that, so too bad. In any case, walls, gatehouses, prefects, forts. We do have the military academy, so that's great. When you don't have a military academy, your troops fight like dirt, and that's when you really want to subsidize them with towers. If you don't have a military academy or towers, you better have built a map that's easy on the invasions, or expect your player to use civilian defense with lion tamers or gladiators, or even prefects. Right, the main point, what can we produce locally? It's a very generous amount of local production here. The only things missing are pottery and a fourth food type, I believe. I'm not missing something here, am I? Wheat, fruit, yeah, we're missing vegetables. And we're missing pottery and clay. And other than that, we've got the full sweep, which is great for getting high-level housing. And it even further solidifies the fact that I should only go for small casa as my pleb housing. Because if I have to import pottery to upgrade my housing beyond small casa, that's a huge cost. And you would offset that cost by taxing them. But if my only tax building is the Senate, which you can only have one of in the city, then yeah, there's no point in having plebs in anything other than small casa here. How do we import said pottery? It looks like, yep, our only option is to import pottery in its final form, which is very expensive. Importing pottery costs 180 per cartload for us to buy. That's very expensive, so you want to not import a lot of final goods unless you're doing it for patricians that get taxed up the woo-ha. So, well, there's a very good load of farming here, but access to wheat is very important. If you build a desert map and you can't farm for wheat, you really hate your player. That's a Seleucid's Cartaman map there, one of Marek's favourites. Wheat is so good because in central maps and desert maps, it produces twice as much food as any other kind of farm. And feeding loads of people, especially with a population requirement of 8,000, yeah, you really want wheat operational, otherwise you need tons of farms. And whilst there's a lot of fertile land, there's actually not a lot of space for farms, courtesy of the freaking natives, and all the rocks in the way. Let's talk about rocks. Look at all those little rocks. It's not quite as bad as a Marek map, but especially on a desert map, all these little single one-tile rocks that can't be deleted rather, they keep getting in the way of your housing blocks, and they get in the way of your big buildings. So you're like, I'll put a hippodrome here. Oh, no, there was a tiny little rock. Well, what about here? Oh, another tiny rock. How about, oh, another tiny rock. So you gotta squeeze it in there, and suddenly there's no way around it. So this map is a lot of things that are setting out to hurt the player and give them a rather unpleasant time in building. But I'm not one to be shied away from that. It takes Marek to make a map that's so horrible it puts me off Caesar 3 for a whole year. And I don't want to drive it too hard into Marek, but man, he makes some maps that are just out there to punish the player. So, what are my thoughts on tackling this map? Well, we're not done with assessing the map, are we? Yeah, Marek does have a gift. Marek has made some good maps. Something must have happened to him in life that suddenly made him hate everybody, or specifically hate Caesar 3 players, because then he started making Caesar 3 maps that just are painful. It's good when he plays them himself, though, because he plays them himself and then kind of rage quits his own creation, which is nice for me. But I digress. This is the entry point, all of the immigrants, and if Toga Boy sends his legions... Sorry, not Toga Boy. Boyzinho de Toga. If he sends in his armies, he's going to come and crush us from there. And it might come to that. The favour requirement is very high, but early on I'm probably going to be pretty stressed on fulfilling any requirements. So, invasion points. It's possible but unlikely that it's here. I don't find a lot of map makers make the entry point invasion points. This screams invasion point. I can't have an invasion point along here or along here. This absolutely screams invasion point, and I've been told that it's an invasion point, so only 2 obvious invasion points and 1 maybe. I'm not going to believe in the maybe, so I'm going to be ready for attacks from here. And this is great, because I was thinking I would just have towers over here that pelt the enemies that come along, but of course no access to towers for this map. He used to make nice, easy maps, and certain members of the community gave him crap for it. I don't recall any of that happening, Dark Young. I'd never give crap to someone that makes Caesar 3 maps. That would just be uncouth. Right, how are we going to start this then? Well, we have one singular saving grace on this map, and that is the native meeting hut. Whenever there's a native meeting hut, you have a money printer, and we need that money printer because we only start with 1,000 funds. And fortunately, we can just barely make our way over, spending most of our money on bridges. But if we put that there, if we get rid of this one offending piece of tree, and we get rid of that, we can low bridge our way over. One of the more agonizing things is that I will need a ship bridge there later on if I want to trade with Valencia or Logistica Nova. But they don't buy a lot, and they only buy one thing that's a finished product, the furniture. So I'm far better off just selling lots of weapons to Volubilis and oil and probably even fruit to Tingus. I actually quite like selling fruit because it's easy to farm and the money isn't that bad. It's 30 apiece. I'd rather sell fish for 36, but cannot do that right now. So already a lot of our money is spent on just bridging towards this native hut. I will want a warehouse right here, just putting out a 3x3 and not building it because those natives think all of this land is their own, but the warehouse will go there, and we need a road path that leads over, and I will also want a... there we go, I'll want a mission hut here, and the mission will walk along here, 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm pretty sure he'll affect all of these people and make them not tear down my buildings. Break off these roads so he doesn't take any diversions. Alright. Notably, we've already spent most of our money. Oh, right, how about starting situation? No point taxing until we have the Senate and Patricians. We're given a Quisitor salary, and for some reason we start off with 30 denarii of savings. That's strange. I think I'll hold on to that money in case I need to get Caesar off my back quickly, because I'm probably going to make Caesar very angry very early on. In any case, Quisitor is a decent enough salary. I can work with any map that gives me Architect or better. Engineer is a strain, Clerk is painful. So I actually recommend setting yourself to Clerk or Engineer because that somewhat motivates the player to actually fulfill Caesar's requests. So another bit of generosity from the map, I'm just going to set myself to Architect. And yeah, hold on to that money for now. Did you increase the difficulty back to very hard? Difficulty is set locally, not per save, so I always have my saves on very hard, and of course God effects on. So, seems like we've barely done anything, and that's because we've barely done anything. My plan, my brilliant plan, is to exploit these rocks for all of the iron that I can dig out of them, manufacture them into weapons, shove those weapons over to this warehouse, and arm the natives to the teeth. That will hopefully give me the starting capital I need to sort out a more permanent solution. And that will be selling oil. And it costs all of my 1,000 denarii to open these 2 trade routes. Madness. Debt is probably unavoidable on this map. Maybe not. If you play super slowly, it might be avoidable, but I don't want to. I need to open up with Volubilis no matter how I cut it, but I'm not going to open it just yet. What I'm going to do is just start chugging out tons of iron. Now, I don't have the money or the citizenry to begin pacifying these natives, so instead I'm going to build around their land. And I'm going to do the windmill of love design around this one rock here. This is kind of how you'd build your farms in Age of Empires 2 if you're a tryhard, which I am not. Don't even like Age of Empires. And I reckon we're going to bring the road probably around like so. Thankfully, the natives don't really care if you build roads on their land, which is good because I'm going to be building roads on their land. And I need this to come up hither. And go along to there, and then it'll lead over to this warehouse that I'll be building up. So they're going to build that. I will somewhat desperately need some people around here to provide labor. I'm wasting their time walking over there, so I might actually put my people here and here. Although I might not have left myself enough space for everything. I'm going to hope that I did. If they're walking over that way, they'll probably walk over this way. So I'm actually going to put them over here and just pray that they merge. It's no big deal if they don't merge. I'd just rather that they did. And that'll be our start. Although I do really need some marble quarrying done. It's going to take up valuable space. Couldn't I do the marble quarrying elsewhere? Because I can't sell marble, can I? No, I cannot, so I really just need it locally done. Right, I'll have my marble quarrying done over here then. So, first thing is I want a few people to move into these places. Right, speed up a little bit until Nick's quality is on the map as the immigrant that he is. Here we go.
Tjenare, jag är ny här. Vet du var jag kan bo?
Tjenare, indeed.
Jag har hört att det finns jobb här. Jag vill bli en lejontämjare.
You can tell at a glance that is Nix's voice there. So the glorious denizens that we have all been voice acted by people in their native tongues. Don't ask why, just embrace it. Ursäkta? What the? Yeah, we have Swedish immigrants coming in. All of our future doctors and lawyers are on their way into Logistica Nova. Where are we again? We are placed in Caesarea, which is a map that I had a pretty rough time in when I played the career map for the weekly one-shot. Right, so the first thing I did was set these up so that the first immigrants would go over here to get labor access for my horrible iron mines. Now I need to have a setup where I get lots of immigrants as close to the immigration point as possible, and yet still in a place that I can look after them somewhat. So it's going to be slummy. It's going to be really slummy, and I hate that this guy's in the way. How am I even meant to... Right, I have something that resembles an idea. I'm going to draw a square around you. And this is the square of Do Not Entersville. Do not go into this square. It is bad for you and it is bad for me. And then I'm going to have some arcing lines away from it. Because I need to consider where... 1, 2, 1, 2. I need to consider where I'm going to build up my first proper load of plebs. And there are actually a lot of options because there's good access to fertile land here despite the natives. And this is a pretty good area. It's safe. There's reasonable farmland here. I could and there's additional farmland over here. I could start putting in some small casa just over here to start building up a pleb amount, but I also need to consider where my patricians are going to go. Yes, do I need any imports by sea? I hope to God I don't. Actually, there is no need for sea routes, which is good because we have to use up our sea route for the reservoir. Also, we've almost used up all of our money. Right, no, I should decide that early because this land is rugged and these decisions will catch up with me. A lot of it boils down to where the Hippodrome is going to be because the Hippodrome is such a Xbox huge thing to place. I could actually place the Hippodrome over here, and that would give me a... Still not great for building up a Patrician here. Where in the world could I put a Patrician block? It's actually quite generously large to put one over here, despite the rocks in the way. And there's great access to food here, so I could just get my food over here, to a Patrician block over here, sizable. Hippodrome probably goes over here, where it's out of the way. Yep, okay, so the Patricians are going to go here. The plebs are going to be shoved by the wayside. So that makes this a pretty good place to be using as a ghetto block, because I always tear down the ghetto block before it's Patrician o'clock. Well, almost always. There are exceptions. It's like Yevon using Machina. There are exceptions. It's quite expensive to set up housing, sadly, but we need it, and we need it really badly, because I'm going to need a lot of plebs for what I plan on doing here. I'm going to set up a couple of engineers here, and I'm going to set up prefect, 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 and maybe another prefect. You can never have too many prefects on a desert map where you're using a lot of tents. And that isn't a throwaway never, it is a truly never. The need for those is dire. I'm going to open this trade route before it becomes a problem, because I do need to be selling weapons like crazy. We're already in big debt.
Acabaste com aquela verba rapidamente. Faze com que os novos recursos durem mais tempo.
Thank you, Brazilian Caesar, for your generosity with credit.
Meus governadores pensam que o dinheiro dá em árvores.
I don't think he's being that generous anymore. He's angrily given me another year to repay my debt. Okay, thank you, Toga boy. Right, so lots of Nix immigrants are coming in.
Tjenare, jag är ny här. Vet du var jag kan bo?
The ultimate priority right now is to get that weapons industry going. On top of that, I really need some marble quarries set up to keep the gods off my back. Marble slums. Yeah, it's just slum, slum, slum. Loads of slumming. One of the problems is that I also need a whole lot of space for large temples, which again are going to be torn down in due time. Okay, that should do it for initial slums, I hope. Mapmaker's definitely from Stock? No, no, no. If he's from Stockholm, why does he say this?
Heb je wat te nakken? Kan niet eens meer een kapsalon krijgen hier.
Ah, je sais pas pourquoi je me soucie avec cette route. Ils veulent rien m'acheter, ou bien ils ont rien à me vendre.
Even the donkeys have got an attitude. Feels like this new voiceover has a lot of people giving me lip. Right, mergers already. The natives seem weirdly going in one direction. The natives like to path towards the native trading hut. By the way, prefects are the #1 priority right now. Sandstorms immediately, slowing down local traders.
Không có dấu hiệu tội phạm nào ở đây.
Well, I'm glad there's no sign of crime, because I don't tax my people.
Olha, se vocês não colocarem comida no meu prato agora, eu tô indo pra outra cidade, viu?
Loudmouth BRs claiming they want some food. Just everyone's giving me so much lip. Why is it gotta be like this? Both of these merged, which is really good. Great for labor access. Well, actually, it's exactly the same for labor access as if they didn't merge, but I still like my mergers. Simplifies a lot of things. Right, so we're still facing ultra unemployment, and I still need tons of people in to fill up the roles in the weapons workshops that I'm going to have. To the point where I'm thinking of even just adding more slums here. Well, I'm not just thinking about it, I am plain old doing it. course, need more prefecting. And those prefectings, of course, need an engineer's hut. And people, of course, also need some doctoring, or else they're all going to fall sick and die. I just have to be very careful not to build inside this square. I'd build something in it that stops me from building in it, like gardens that don't disturb the natives, but that comes with its own problems. Costs money, and I don't have money. So people need to get in here as quickly as possible. This is a good sign.
Y a pas de place pour ces maudits choses n'importe où dans la ville.
Thank you, strangely Quebecois Iron Man. But it tells me I can start building up my weapon workshops. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 will do for a start. But I'm going to double that up to 8 as soon as I can. As soon as I have a marble worker who's full of marble, I'm going to start shoving it into a warehouse. And I'm probably going to make my first deity Mars, because whilst the other gods are a big inconvenience, Mars would destroy me. He'd send an invasion, and I'd have nothing that I could fight it back with. The gods are unhappy. I know the gods are unhappy. What do you want me to do? I have no marble. I'm working on it, though. Slowly and unsurely. Do you have prefects and an engineer post to the mines above? You could say so, but you'd be wrong. I don't. Well pointed out, though, because these things burning down would just end my run, so let's fix that. And hope that these guys get operational as soon as possible, or else that fire is going to burn. Oh, well, there we go. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Please don't spread. Whew. Limited pain, but still pain. I need to rebuild that on the double. Yeah, don't mess around with fires on desert maps. One small moment of absent-mindedness just cost me quite a bit of weapons production. Fortunately, though, I'm pretty confident in the weapons production going okay. It's the marble production that I absolutely need to keep my gods in line. So there we go. I'm going to start by shoving the marble into the warehouse. People are still coming to the city, which is a good sign. And we even have a bit of unemployment. Almost unheard of. So, again, I need to keep checking with the native risk, because I cannot build on any of these red squares. I can have another 2, 3, 4 of those, but I'm almost out of money entirely. Almost, but not quite. Right, we have just enough to put down a large temple to Mars. And we shall right now. Yeah, I think I'll put you right here. So everybody entering the city knows our main deity. I only have about another 1,000 denarii of debt before Toga Boy just starts really kicking my butt. Rome pays more wages. They did the biggest pay more wage as well, at 4 denarii increase. I have to keep up, or else my denizens are going to be on my case in a bad way.
Ué, mas parece até que você não precisa de mim. Essas construções estão uma beleza, muito bem cuidadas. Garantia, ó, BR.
The Brazilian engineer is complimenting my city. I hope he is. We call it a city, it's just a glorified labor pit. Right, we need to pacify the natives with a mission post. And as soon as they are pacified, which won't take long, as soon as he pops out, he's going to make all these people see the error of their ways, and that allows us to slam over this warehouse that accepts weapons and only weapons.
Salve! Es wird eine Menge Arbeit kosten, diesen Barbaren zu zeigen, welche Vorzüge Rom ihnen bieten kann. Grüße! Meine Lehre über Roms Vorzüge scheint zu diesen ziemlich beängstigenden Barbaren durchzudringen. Ach, ich bin so froh, Römer zu sein. Ihr solltet sehen, was diese Barbaren in ihren Hütten so alles treiben.
Yeah, I too would be falling in line if there was some kind of scary German guy talking to me, telling me about the merits of Rome's benevolence. I have made a miscalculation. This warehouse is unlikely to get labor access. It's good if it does, but I... Well, it's good that it's Neptune, but it's a warning that I do not have what it takes right now to appease the gods unless they have their large temple, so I need to get on that.
Heb je wat te nakken? Kan niet eens meer een kapsel omkrijgen hier.
I hope that Nitro walks all the way over here to get labor access. If he doesn't, I'm going to have to put down some houses here, and that's also going to necessitate putting down a prefect. Unfortunately, walkers love to get lost on these stairways, and that's, I think, exactly what he did. Yeah, I think so. I think he's getting here and just disappearing because he's lost. Yeah, bollocks. Right. That being the case, I need to put down just a little touch of labor here. And unfortunately, their own personal prefect are also going to burn to death. That will suffice, though, which is good because I'm just about out of money. And I'm going to do a large temple to Mercury so he doesn't burn down my supplies. Again, I gotta be careful where I put it so I don't perturb the natives. There we go. And Venus will get one later on, and yeah, I am turbo out of money right now. I will do one for Neptune soon enough as well, because I need his blessing to make extra money. In fact, Neptune probably comes before Venus in this case. I have to wait a bit for that labor access to get over here, which means all these weapons are just sitting around doing nothing, sadly. Okay, Venus is upset. She's making the people very unhappy. However, my no tax policy keeps them relatively happy, so that's fine. In fact, I'm even going to pay them a little bit extra just to keep them very happy with me. I really don't want to stop immigration right now because I need a lot of unemployment to play with. Come on, I need you guys over there on the double. Ah, there we go. It got a peak of labor, so all the weapons are moving over. And that's when I say, take every weapon I have, please. Every single weapon. Spare none. And then I'm probably just going to make even more weapons. It's weapons, 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 all the way down. It's the single best trade good I have, and I need to even up the amount of mines and weapon manufactories that I have. Now, I don't think I'm going to need these forests, so I've got no problem deleting them. Unfortunately, I'm just about out of money. In fact, there's no way I can meaningfully expand this until I sell some weapons. Fortunately, though, this native trading hut's probably going to go and buy all those weapons pretty much immediately. Pretty much immediately, he says. Come on, buy my stuff. I'm in ultra debt here. Oh god, what if they can't leave there? I didn't consider that, but it's possible that there's no route for them to get over to the weapons warehouse due to the trees in the way. I don't know if they spawn in certain locations. Ooh, I should have considered that. Because they're not spawning. And I would expect them to be spawning. Ooh, that could be a problem. A problem which can be dealt with.
Esse abuso precisa terminar.
Oh boy, Caesar's very unhappy with me because I'm not paying the debt, and I can't actually do anything now. Whoops. I can't open this up in any way. Uh-oh. Since I'm in too much debt, I can't even delete things to... Oh, wait, if I just give what I have all to the city, I should have just enough dosh, and I was saving that money for Caesar, so this is a shame. Let me try this. Are you gonna spawn now? You should have a free path to get there. That is a little... Okay, there we go. Unfortunately, he's taking a long way around to get there. But he is buying my goods. Right, I need to shift this just down one. Once he buys all my goods. So I'm actually going to tell you to stop taking that. It's important to efficiently lay this out so that he just comes and buys all my bleeding goods. But I've learnt something important there about the way they spawn. Now, I want Neptune to be ultra happy with me so that he gives me double money. Because I need that double money before Toga Boy starts ripping my toenails off. Which is about the most painful thing I could immediately think of him to do to me. Where the heck's Lucky? I need you to buy my goods.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des...
Yeah, sure. Come and buy them. I just want to grab whatever weapons are still sitting around there. See, the trader, if he just immediately went one tile and grabbed my stuff, that'd be great, but he's going all the way around for reasons unknown. Rome is paying even more wages, and it was another 4 denarii wage hike, which is grim news for me.
Salve! Es wird eine Menge Arbeit kosten, diesen Barbaren zu zeigen, welche Vorzüge Rom ihnen bieten kann.
Such a great way to say Barbaren there. Right. Thank you. I now want this out of the way. And I'm going to put the warehouse here instead, if all the natives would kindly move out of the way. Please, 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 please. I gotta put this down. Rome pays even more wages. That is just suck luck. There we go. You should take a very quick route over to that. And I'm going to even small statue off there so that you don't come around in a weird manner. And then you, of course, take those weapons. Warehouses can't burn down, which is rather nice. I would actually like to have a large temple to Venus to stop her from getting on my case as well. Of course, I did not leave myself good space for such things. One could say I didn't leave myself any space for such things, but I spy with my little eye a little place for Venus here. So this is our first main hurdle. Making enough money to stop Caesar from invading me. Now Caesar has given me until... Wait, Rome paid to get more... Oh my god, I'm not... So what was that? First year, and there were 3 increases of the maximum amount that Rome pays in wages. That's obscene. But it's all just luck-based. The map maker sets it so that Rome increases wages, but you don't know how often or by how much. I just need to hope that Neptune gives me a fortunate blessing, and that we can sell enough weapons to climb our way out of debt. We're working on it, as hard as we can. These cart pushes are bringing him over.
Je te jure, ça serait plus vite aller à Rome que ce que moi j'en ai.
Baron just full of complaints as usual. Speaking of Baron, he should be around this evening to resume the Xenonauts. He has yet to take out the High Praetor himself. Okay, good. So the native trader now goes a very short distance to buy our goods. He'll spawn often, he'll buy our goods, and hopefully dig us out of debt in time for January 498. That's unlikely. That's really unlikely. Neptune, I need you to save me. Neptune's pretty happy. He could be happier. Let's throw a small festival for Neptune. I almost never... I almost never praise Neptune with a festival. I almost never throw festivals. But I'm low on options right now. I think we had a protester. It's a shame.
Seid gegrüßt. Die Stadt braucht unbedingt mehr Nahrung.
Khu vực này có khả năng xảy ra tội phạm.
Come back, people! It's okay, I have the one clinic that I need. Oh Jesus, favors are off. Right, we're gonna send a manuscript over to Toga Boy. No, not a manuscript. I'll send him a better gift shortly. Because I'm not sending Rome any... I'm not sending Rome any tribute, and I'm staying in debt, and that keeps Toga Boy extremely unhappy. He likes his cities to be profitable. I can't even start up an army until I'm out of debt. Keeping Toga Boy off my back is the #1 priority. Oh, crap. So this was because of Venus's... Okay, well, we can still enjoy a lovely festival despite people dying. But Venus's wrath caused fumigation because her bad effect also reduces health. Basically, things are going really freaking badly. Because this game shoves all the bad stuff, or this level shoves all the bad stuff at you. It's really horrible. It's kind of like a child making a cupcake, right? They want to make a cupcake, so they're going to make it, and they're going to put in apples and cinnamons and orange zest and 3 different kinds of chocolate, and they want marshmallows, and they want some Lucky Charms on it. This map does a whole lot of things, and sometimes too much is too bad. Still, I don't want to sound mad because bad, so let's try and dig ourselves out of debt in the next few months, and I'm even willing to get that Neptune blessing at the end of the year if it means I can claw my way out of debt. Neptune, save me now. Okay, we got the Neptune blessing. We should be able to get out of debt just barely. I'm going to set this up for labor access, or else these people are going to lose access to labor. And then... oh, right, yeah, I need an engineer post for the prefecture, don't I? That could also be a problem. Nah, it probably won't be. It probably won't be. There you go. Question, if your cart's on the way to the warehouse and you lose people, do the carts disappear? They always finish the delivery. Unless you delete the building that they spawned from. Okay, just a little bit more and we're out of debt. We need to be out of debt by the turn of the year. Or else Toga Boy's going to invade me. I'm going to keep Toga Boy off my back by giving him... ah, Jesus, Greek manuscript's my only option? How much money do you need for the better gift? Well, I'm going to try and give him a better gift in December. Or else he's going to throw a hissy fit. Oh, I have a feeling he's going to throw a hissy fit regardless. He wants oil out of me. And Ceres has sent then a pestilence to ensure that crops will not grow for months, but fortunately, we don't grow crops, so we don't care. Right, I am finally out of debt. I'm going to remain out of debt for the turn of the month, because I'm pretty sure that's a check there. Or rather, I need to stay out of debt for the turn of the year. But there we go. Oh, those weapons are saving my keister. I also need to start up an army, because if I get invaded about now, I am toast. There we go. I'm going to give him a troupe of performing slaves so that Toga Boy stays off my back just a little bit. Okay, we actually have something resembling money. Unfortunately, it's 1,000 dollary dues to set up a fort and another 1,000 per military academy. I'm a little... well, I'm very scared of invasion. A surprise early invasion in the first 2 or 3 years can really scupper a colony, especially when they're already scraping underneath their fingernails just to get a little bit of dough going. So... I'm debating whether or not I prioritize weapon production or an army. Weapon production would snowball, but I don't have the time to spare. I do, however, have a lot of population to spare, so I think it's going to be weapon production slum. Right, best way to handle this, I reckon, is to migrate this prefecture. And then I'm going to have this come around like so. I'll get 2 more weapon workshops out of 2 more. I want a little bit more than 2 actually. That'll still only get me 2. I could get 3, couldn't I? Iron mine, 1, 2, 3. Hell, I could get another 4 out of this. Just how many weapons do I want? The answer is yes. 1, 2. So you'll be there. Yes, and then 1, 2. Huzzah. And then 1, 2. Huzzah. Barbarian. That should suffice for labor access and fire protection, but never ever trust your prefects. Build more. And Ooh, I just barely didn't build him inside the anger range of our esteemed locals. I'm going to build this here to remind me not to build here, because this local would get on my case about it. And then once these locals are pacified, I'm going to build up more iron mines and weaponsmithing. And that was fast.
Salve! Es wird eine Menge Arbeit kosten, diesen Barbaren zu zeigen, welche Vorzüge Rom ihnen bieten kann.
So I'm really looking forward to people who submitted their voices just folding up with cringe. I know what it's like to hear your own voice and things. It's just something that takes time to get over. But it does amuse me greatly, the thought of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But yeah, big shoutouts and thank yous to the people that actually submitted these voice lines on such short notice. You don't really get anything out of it, but it's nice to do these kinds of things together, in my view. Never trust your prefects. Look, that's right next to the prefecture and it's still burnt down. The clever thing to do is actually to delete all adjacent housing, otherwise the fire could easily spread. But yeah, right next to a prefect, still burning down. That is how this game goes. On desert maps, at least. Gonna have another prefecture here, because this fire is going to distract the prefects. Going to put more housing here. Oh yeah, all these people that got fumigated to death need to be brought back. We're going to be slumming it for a long while on this map, just because the start is so horrifically cruel. Bollocks, I went back into debt, and no, we'll dig ourselves out of debt.
Esse abuso precisa terminar.
Oh please, Caesar, write me a Brazilian IOU.
Không có dấu hiệu tội phạm nào ở đây.
I don't think you've ever clicked the homeless guy, Jake. I don't think we have.
Mulla ei ole mitään asuinpaikkaa. Mut on heitetty kodistani.
This is our new Finnish Nicky. I would have thought Max could do a more convincing homeless man than that. Right. This is good. I'm in the black at the turn of the year, which is where I want to be. Send Caesar his tribute, keep him off my back. I don't want to send him too much tribute though. It's a lot of money, but I barely have any money, so let's keep it at that for now. Yeah, I can't make out what Max is saying there, but I don't understand Finnish at all. Understanding Finnish would require understanding the Finns, and that's a bridge too far. Okay, next up is just massing armies, because I do not trust this map maker at all. I believe what they want to do is severely punish their players for untold crimes against humanity. So I need to pretty quickly start setting up an army.
Esse abuso precisa terminar.
I know, Toga boy, I know. What even cost all that? Oh my god, he took 1,500 tribute off of me. I should have spent more money, but I couldn't afford to be in debt at the turn of the year, because that's when Caesar gets his angriest. And he can get really angry. Right, the most sensible thing to do, funnily enough, is actually have my army production over here, because the weapons are over here, making it faster and easier to get to the barracks. So the barracks is actually going to go here. Yeah, at least it has prefecture and engineer stuff, keeping it okay. So, painful as this is, you're going here. And we're going to start having our forts. This requires a lot of thought though. Where do the fortifications go? Who's the VA for Caesar? This is the official Portuguese Caesar 3 FMV stuff for Toga Boy, because I don't know how to redo those FMVs with just the audio. Well, I do, I just don't want to go through the effort. Right. I think my best bet is to put 2 legionnaires here and 2 legionnaires here, ready to jump anything that attacks from these ends. And then I will back them up by each giving them 1 load of auxiliary javelins. I don't mind building up here, because I don't think I'm going to use this for plebs at all, and I've got space for 2. I do mind using this, though. This seems like a pretty... I wouldn't say excellent, but it is a place to shove plebs. And again, so is this. But I could shove a whole lot of plebs here, and a whole lot of plebs here. But if I'm only going for small castle, it's actually a lot easier to shove them into limited space. Less impactful on the labor as well, to have them broken up quite a bit. I wonder if I could actually get a fort squeezed in here. I could, actually. And I reckon I could do that without cheesing off the natives. Yes, yes. I'm going to shove one load of legionnaires right here. It doesn't block access here. Alright, this is me going for painful levels of ultra debt, but that's probably okay right now. I think I'll start by amassing them over here. No, that's a bad idea. I should amass them over here because this is the easier place for it. Tell me this is going to undo my fort. It is. Right, so I'm going to put my forts over here because this is a more immediate place I need to defend. If I get attacked here, that's a big deal. So, one fort here, and another fort up here. Actually, the javelins should go there. Where's the other fort going to be? Probably just down here, out of everyone's way. Yes. I know, it's not a very convincing answer, is it? And I'm going to have a fort of javelins here, just in case there's ever a point where the Legion is not producing units. Or armed units. And I lack a better place to put my military academy. It's an expensive thing to relocate. I'm probably going to be running this slum for a long time though, so maybe it's best put over here. But I might use this for even more exports. I do need to turbo max those exports, and can't forget that Toga Boy has asked me for oil as well, so maybe not. Maybe I'll keep it in the slums. The slums which are already pressed on employment. It's never bloody easy, is it? I'm never just given this lovely, pleasant map to play. It's always here, Jake. Here's the next ball-bustingly difficult episode of Caesar 3 for you. Because I know you like it, right? Right. There's still space for people to come in. It's just a question of where the military academy goes. I could actually hold back on marble. I'm actually going to delete you and put the military academy here. That stops some good walker movement, actually. Actually, it's going to block in the whole area. That comes with a lot of downsides. So I'm actually going to delete this clinic here and migrate the clinic over to... Ooh, perfect place right here for it. Bunk. I don't need a massive amount of healthcare coverage. Keeping city health average is actually really good. So it's nice and close to here, and it's a shame I don't have that Neptune blessing this year. I just need to crank out weapons like crazy. If you'd like pleasant, easy, babby, difficult... No, it's not that, it's just that this map is doing everything it can to punish the player. Sometimes you don't just want to be punished for no good reason. I feel like a Finnish man has been thrown out of his home. Still need more people.
Olha, se vocês não colocarem comida no meu prato agora...
Seid gegrüßt. Die Stadt braucht unbedingt mehr Nahrung.
Tjenare, jag är ny här. Vet du var jag kan bo?
I must have missed the fact that we have enemies at the door. Oh, crikes. I'm gonna throw a small tip. Oh, hold on, didn't Mars already give me a blessing? I'm not seeing blessing from Mars here, but I could really do with it. I'm gonna throw a festival for Mars in hopes that it gives me a blessing, because if I get attacked now, I don't have the army to deal with it. The mapmaker wanted to punish you. He'd have an earthquake on the native land and cut off the trading... It's funny how Hamster would know such punishing moves. Right, I couldn't get my economy moving much faster than I have right now. 4 military-trained legionnaires isn't going to stop anything right now. Also, if Toga Boy attacks me from the entry point here, which he would, he's going to level my city, which is bad. So we need to make sure that we're keeping Toga Boy tanked up with gifts. But the most pressing thing right now is this invasion that's about to come in, which again, we don't have the units for. Yeah, I'm not only low on gold, I'm almost debt maxed. And Neptune ain't gonna dig me out of this one. Wait, why are you returning? Oh, you're bringing it over to the barracks. Alright, that should hopefully bring Mars up to Exalted over the course of a little while. Jeez, that debt's barely budging. When did Caesar last get mad at me? January, turn of the year. I'll keep those weapons flowing, everybody. We need them. We need them badly. Ka-cling, ka-cling, ka-cling. The fact that this is always empty on weapons tells me that I could be producing even more weapons, but I can't sink. Oh, Jesus Crivens. Right, so not only is there an immediate enemy army on the way, you get bum-rushed by locals. Right. I don't think... well, Mars is exalted. If he suddenly gives me a blessing, we might be able to handle this, but these are the local natives which run really fast towards you and are a pain to deal with. Yeah, we actually have to pray to Mars right now. Oh god, it's 2 sets of them. This is a ridiculous second year attack. There's still more of them coming! Okay, so one very horrible thing you can do as a map maker is have your first attack be a surprise attack. Because at the very least, when this is coming, the player has an idea of, okay, I need to have my defenses ready by this time. Doing this is just... It's like a dungeon master who isn't setting out for their players to have a good time, they're just setting out to kill their players. These guys are already assembling. Mars has not decided to bless me on this blessed day. Here, level 1 party, here's a dragon you have to fight, pretty much. These guys are going to mow through my legions. My best possible defense is a prefect defense right now. And I don't really have the money for it, but here we go anyway. Put down an engineer post to keep them A-okay. Oh, they're even killing the, Oh god, they're gonna burn down my military academy and my stash of marble. So they mustn't be set to attack the enemy army, they're just... Oh man, Hold.
Tôi không được trả đủ tiền để chiến đấu. Hệ thống phòng thủ của thành phố đáng lẽ không được để kẻ địch lọt vào. Ta sẽ chiến đấu đến chết. Thành phố còn đang
Alright, we held. Somewhat. Oh, they're still running through my city, though. They're even killing Lucky.
Seid gegrüßt. Die Stadt braucht unbedingt mehr Nahrung.
Lest I remind you, there is an enemy army on its way. A real, proper, well-trained enemy army. And this was a surprise attack which needs at least 2 fully made legions to deal with. Jesus, this is horrible. And that's a couple thousand denarii worth of damages at least. Can't even remember everything that was torn down there, but certainly a lot of houses. Right. Complain all you want, you just gotta win. It's that simple. There must be an enemy corpse or something that's stopping me from building. I think I'm going to keep the prefects, I might need them for the enemy army attack. But I didn't lose that many of my legionnaires at least. Which gods just got cheesed off? Ugh, all of them. Venus is the only temple that survived all of that. I still need Mars, Mercury, and Neptune back. I'm gonna get Mars back as the first port of call. We do actually really need Mercury as well, or else I'm gonna lose all of my stuff. Oh, they took down the clinic. I better be careful of that, or else I'd face more fumigation. And then this is just going to be more slum, because I need more people. I'm almost into ultra debt again. I'm not going to rebuild my military academy just yet. These two are still military academy trained, and they will remain as such for a wee while yet. Toga Boy is going to invade me. I can't stay out of debt for the turn of the year. So I have to hope that I have enough defenses to put up with Toga Boy as well as these enemy armies. No. Yeah, Caesar's still angry with me. Not Caesar. Ceres.
Ah, je sais pas pourquoi je me soucie avec cette route. Ils veulent rien m'acheter, ou bien ils ont rien à me vendre.
Now I'm working on it. Even Lucky's on my case now. I could be making even more weapons, that's hard to deny. In fact, these two could both have been iron mines instead of weapons workshops, allowing me for a whole lot more weapon workshopping. For now, though, I think I will just slam down. Weapon. No. Remember, I need oil being produced. Gotta get Toga Boy off my back one way or the other. So, farm for olives needs to be established, however I cut it. And yeah, I don't even have the money for this, but believe. Olive, and workshop it into oil and more oil. And you are going to accept that oil. Now, I'm not going to give this to Caesar immediately because I'm certain favor is going to go down to 10 or 0 shortly as he realizes that I'm still in debt. There's no escaping that. Just like there's no escaping my vast amounts of unemployment. Because I set up all these prefects. And of course I have to pay them, and the payment is massive. The pay rate is increased by almost 50% immediately at the start of this map, which is horrible.
Basta! Não permitirei que Roma seja ridicularizada.
Right, so Toga Boy's after me. Fortunately, the first attack can be defeated reasonably. Unfortunately, he comes from right here, and he's just going to torch me immediately. I could migrate this stuff away, and that's not a bad idea, but I don't have the unemployment to do that with impunity. I think the best thing I could reasonably do is make this come all the way around and just expand my slum. And make no mistake, we are slum lording today.
Tjenare, jag är ny här. Vet du var jag kan bo?
Oh, Christ, I lost my marble quarry, didn't I? I do actually need a little bit of marble coming in. But I can't build anything now because I am debt maxed. That includes a temple for Neptune, who I would like to get even 2 temples to drag me out of debt. This map is rated 5 out of 5 on C3 Heaven, awfully high for it. Never trust ratings on Caesar 3 Haven. Most people are too polite to give critical reviews. And the bad reviews are often from people that are too bad at a map, and that can just make you go, oh, well then I want to try it. Sounds challenging.
Tjenare, jag är ny här. Vet du var jag kan bo?
Không có đủ thức ăn ở thành phố này sẽ dễ dẫn đến tội phạm.
Alright, we may just have a sparkle of hope yet. Mars has blessed us, so my 16 legionnaires might be able to fight off whatever horrendous army is on its way. As we continue to sell our advanced weapons to the natives for all their baubles and whistles and whatnot. Seldom am I at the luxury to be able to pump out so many weapons, but
Ah, je sais pas pourquoi je me soucie avec cette route. Ils veulent rien m'acheter, ou bien ils ont rien à me vendre.
Lucky does not love coming here because the natives are buying all the weapons before he even gets a chance. It's funny, you're not doing it the way I thought, but managing okay, says Palmar. Well, if there's one thing I'm very good at, it's Caesar 3. Still, I am too much in debt to do anything. And favor continues to drop. Well, here they come. And Rome now wants furniture. Right. Seleucids. What's a man to do in the face of overwhelming Seleucids? He's going to wait a bit until the army is actually in place. And I'm probably going to try and engage them in such a way that the prefects do the bulk of the fighting for me. That's assuming any prefects make their way down here. Oh, crikey. Get back, my units. Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me. They're immediately attacking. And that is a hefty army for the very start. Yes, Ares is still unhappy. Mars has decided to level some of the soldiers. Alright, come one, come all. The prefects aren't coming over to fight at all. Try to engage with more abreast. Not bad at all. There we go. Right, not too shabby. Verily not too shabby. The prefect defense did not help us out in the slightest, so I'm just going to really get rid of them. They're just costing me quite a lot right now. Just keep enough to maintain the slum. Toga Boy, on the other hand, he's going to come and ruin my day, so I'm going to migrate the large temple to Venus over to here and just tear this down because it's just baiting out Toga Boy. When at least he comes for his attack, I could somewhat choke him here. I could even give him a whole lot of prefect defense. But I need to crawl out of debt really freaking badly. Neptune hates my guts, so I'm actually going to double down on Neptune love. I need his blessing to drag myself out of debt here. Only Neptune can save me now. Hopefully I'll have enough to give Caesar a big gift soon, so I'll get plus 10 from the gift, plus 10 from slaughtering the armies, plus whatever from giving him his oil. But I won't give him anything until the turn of the year, because if I stay in debt at the turn of the year, he's going to lose another big fat load of favor with me. Which is bad. It's all bad. Oh, what? Ah, jeez, they must have taken out one of my engineer huts or something without me noticing. Well, there goes some more of my my temples. And there's fire here. Jeez. freaking map. What I don't like about these just incredibly, obnoxiously horrible starts is you're not even city building. You're just building up horrible slums until you can get enough anything to make anything else. Yeah, Madka's bad. Whew. But at least Blobber is around. Blobber enjoyed this map. Had a lot of good things to say about it. Or maybe just everything sounds positive out of Blobber's mouth. He never gets Madiator. Right, well that's 2 temples that I severely need to replace. Mars and Mercury. Probably Mercury more than Mars, or else he's going to spirit away all my goods. But I might just be able to stay out of debt at the turn of the year if I can just sell the rest of these weapons. Come on, where's Lucky? I need Lucky. Oh, there were sandstorms. That delayed Lucky. Where is he? Well, he's not on his way. I need to rely on the locals to buy all my weapons then. That's rough. Come on, where the hell are you?
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute qualité? Oh, ce que j'aime venir ici. Mes affaires vont très bien.
I'm not sure if he's going to get there fast enough to start buying my weapons. On top of that, I don't know if Neptune's going to be happy enough to give me a blessing. God, this is painful beyond measure. Right, let's try and keep Neptune off of our back, if nothing else. Not Neptune, Mercury. Can't have Mercury spirit away all the goods of my... He's already angry, so that's bad. Hopefully he'll turn that ship around, so to speak. Come on, guys, I gotta sell those weapons. I need to be out of debt at the turn of the year. Where the hell are you, Lucky?
Oh, ce que j'aime venir ici. Mes affaires vont très bien.
Ah, if I'm still in debt at the turn of the month, that's horrible. Caesar's gonna have my guts for... Oh, bollocks, Caesar's already here. My army is not ready to deal with Toga Boy. Nay ata. And if I erect a hasty prefect defense, I'm certainly not gonna have what it takes. But I need those prefects to help bulk out the army. Too close to enemy troops. So what isn't too close to enemy troops? Right, this might help. I'm gonna leave these guys to get reinforced. I actually have to think about the future here. Right, well I still want to be out of debt at the turn of the month, but Lucky is on his way to buy these weapons. That should bring me out of debt. Oh god, they're engaging too early. Ooh, we don't love this. Okay, good. Stay back a bit. Stay back. Blessing from Neptune in January, but I'm still in debt. Or maybe, I'm not sure. I think I stayed out of debt and was able to send tribute because my favor's at 5. Okay, this is good. This is going to get me out of debt. Of that, I'm almost certain. But I need to survive Caesar's wrath. I need to give Caesar his oil. I need to give Caesar some gifts. And, of course, I need to survive this. Now, the army of mine is on its way, but it's not as good as this Roman army, and it's about 1/3 smaller. But we might just be able to hold, because we're going to diamond up like this. Oh, but he's also diamonding up. Oh, dearie me. Oh, dearie me. Oh, that's bad. Hold, everyone, hold. Jesus, he just went right through my army. Fight harder. Okay, I think we got this. Okay, a rough win, but we got it. And we're out of debt. Okay. Now I need to very quickly replace what was destroyed. Get rid of these prefects. Those are also prefects, but this was an important prefect that I can't leave destroyed, because that was protecting our houses. Okay, so... Double money all year is pretty good. And now let's get Toga Boy off our back. We'll send him the oil that he wants. Wait, didn't he also ask for... Oh, he also asked for furniture. There's not a lot of trees to cut down to give Toga Boy the IKEA that he wants, but there is some. But the natives would be very unhappy with me cutting it down at this point. Could set up a basic one here and just start slamming out a bit of furniture for Caesar. Just enough to keep him off my back. And I think that's what I'll do. Timber yard here. Furniture here. Furniture probably here as well. So I don't care about these natives not being able to get out of their home. And then you will accept that furniture, and then we'll keep it around, and then I don't know if I can sell furniture. No. I'll figure out what to do with my furniture later. What? What was that? Oh, there were still some soldiers, and they're breaking their way out of my city. Go away. Also, isn't Mars still very... Yeah, Mars hates my guts. And Mars could actually destroy one of my entire legions, and that's very bad. So let's not play games with Mars right now. A wee festival for Mars to keep him happy as well. And I'm gonna want more armies for my leggies soon. I know it's expensive. Everything's expensive, but I need more of an army. Ooh, hated by men and gods alike. Truly an exemplary devil. If I can just get that favor up above 30, or is it 35? I don't know, I don't often tangle with Toga Boy, so I don't know all the best ways to deal with his outbursts. Certainly do sell a lot of weapons, but I'm just glad to be dragging my heels out of debt right now. Okay, we can handle this. And on top of that, I could be selling oil if I had the oil place opened up. Might as well, since it's double money. Oil sells for a little less than weapons. Actually, quite a lot less than weapons. This could be a little problem if I store it over there. But I think Trader Guy will buy both, and in the end I do need to just sell more everything. Could I really not sell furniture even? Ooh, I could be selling furniture. And these natives will buy it. They'll buy anything. But of course I prefer them to buy weapons. Okay, Toga Boy gave me a staggering 3 favor for giving him into that outrageous request for oil. Hopefully Mars is getting a little less angry. He should be happy, all things considered, but he's not. I'm gonna get rid of that temple to Neptune. Alright, I have loads of money. I need to start spending it in a way that advances me further.
Seid gegrüßt. Die Stadt braucht unbedingt mehr Nahrung.
I know, we're all hungry. Military Academy is a pretty important thing for my newest units. Rome isn't done with me though. Toga Boy's going to send another army. So I'm going to send him these cheetahs and giraffes to bring him up to 28. And then I'm going to hope that I can get this furniture done in time to stop him from going completely bonkers on me. I won't be able to. I'm certain he attacks. Well, he may attack. He might not attack. I think he waits until you're at favor 10 again before he sends another army to get you. But I can't quite remember, or I don't often deal with this, so it's not really a question of memory, is it? Need prefecture near road to Rome. Did not build there. Oh, crikey. I thought I had, but I guess it was too close to enemy for that. Again, there's never too many prefects on a desert map. Still, the army's coming along. Since we make loads of weapons, we can keep the army running just fine. We have quite a lot of money, and we're still going to make a whole lot more. The problem is, building up my city isn't going to be profitable because I can't tax these people. I need to build up my city such that exports continue well. So, weapons, fruit, and oil. Quite a lot of oil, even. The exit point is over here, so there's something to be said for setting up a trade slum over here for oil and fruit, and keep it away from the natives, because I don't want the natives buying oil or fruit. So let's have this. Let's pay close attention to what they think is their own land. Right, I cannot build on this. Heavens no. 3 fruit farms. Oh my, this rock is in the way just so you have to placate the native to build on that land. But I think we can work our way around that regard. These freaking rocks. I wonder what goes through a map maker's head when they put this here. So I don't want my city builder to be having a nice time building a lovely city. I want him to agonize over every single placement because of these freaking rocks that I'm going to put everywhere. At least clump them together like that so you know at a glance, okay, this is a pain to deal with. Ah, jeez. Right, I'm going to build my farms around the outside here. So. 1, 2, 3 fruit farms. These were fruit, right? Good. And actually, for the olive farms, I want 4 or 5 of them. 1, 2... Well, I can't. It's not the way I want to. Not without placating these moody buggers. Well, I could lower the amount of fruit I produce by switching that to an olive farm. And all things considered, I probably want these guys placated anyway at some point, so why don't I just... Well, if I was placating them, couldn't I... No. And get 1 more in here. That'll bring up to 4 olive farms, but I do want 5. 5th one could go out here, but it's a little awkward. It's just nasty. There we go, that'll keep all these guys somewhat placated. 1, 2, 3, 4, I think we'll get you. Olives, please. Let's come along here, and then somewhere around here we're going to have warehouses for both, and we'll manufacture the oil over here. There we go, that takes care of all of them.
Salve! Es wird eine Menge Arbeit kosten, diesen Barbaren zu zeigen, welche Vorzüge Rom ihnen bieten kann.
Always with the Baron. What did Baron ever do to us? Never too many prefectures, so I'll build 2 of them there. More olives, please. Okay. And now I need a lot of oil, and I need a lot more slum. Fortunately, we have place for slum right here. Soon I will migrate away from slum. Soon, I swear, we will have an actual city. Especially since you have money. Everything becomes a lot easier when you have money. For now, though, since I'm underproducing both of these goods, I can actually try to figure out the layout of all of this for one. It's a little awkward, but I think I'll put my warehouse 2, 1, 2. Yeah, I might just put it over here. That's awkward for plenty of other reasons, actually. This whole entry point is awkward because of these freaking rocks. Right. Change of plan. That was a fruit farm, I believe. Gonna bring this along a fair bit. Make use of this area instead. You accept the oil and the fruit. I could send you all the Dushin voice lines you could ever need, says Double Danger Dad. But we have filled up on voice lines. And I didn't want to go too heavily on any one language.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute qualité?
Case in point, imagine if it was all Quebecois.
Tjenare, jag är ny här. Vet du var jag kan bo?
Right, employment numbers are hurting, and it's going to hurt even more when this is all operational, and I don't think this is going to be enough to deal with it. I don't really want to build even more slum, but I think after this I'm going to start building an actual place for people to live and become glorious. Son of a gun! Right. So now we need to send our armies away as well. How big an attack? Average force. I generally do 1 academy-trained legionnaire for small, 2 for medium, 3 for large. And if I don't trust the map maker, I do 4 for large. In this case, I think you 2 will suffice, even though the Pepper Quakers aren't fully reinforced. It'd be nice if they were, though. If you can just spit out 1 more legion, which you did, then there we go. You 2 go off and take care of that. That'll keep Caesar off my back for a long time, though, unless I go into turbo debt. You know, I think I'm actually going to set up my nice place to live right now. However, these giraffes are in the way. The pandas are going to take care of that. Top of that, I think this is where I said I wanted more of my armies. So, fortification for legionnaires again, please. And fortification for... oh god, tell me that wasn't in the native area. It wasn't good. So that's Legion, Legion, and Javelin. So that way, even though all of my legions are engaged, these ones can now fill up. I want these zebras taken care of before the turn of the year, so that I can build up a large prosperous area. Scream at me if it's December, and I have not yet started building up. Because boy, do I need to build up. Caesar himself was actually a debt maxer. He diffused a radical movement for debt absolution by lending a boatload of money and arguing it would be unfair for him to benefit from it so much. But can we truly believe it? This is good combat training. Take out those accursed giraffes, they're in my way. Wow, you guys are awful at fighting. You were better in melee. Actually, I can't be having Ceres curse me anymore. I need to actually placate her by doing what? I don't want to build that close over there. There's no space for it here. I don't want to tear down any housing. Where the heck does Ceres get praised? Okay, there's just enough space to praise Ceres over there. The sound of killing the zebras is quite distressing. But they need to go. They're taking up valuable Lebensraum. Wow, you guys are awful at this job. Okay, well, one step at a time. I need to... Oh my god, more natives to locate over here, and there's freaking rocks in the way. Rocks aplenty. This is going to be less desirable for building up casa than I thought. But I need to do it. Painful though it may be. Doodly-doo. Gonna get rid of these. Da-da-da-da. Huh. Where's this guy even gonna go? I want him kind of snuggled away over here. Needs to be out of the way of these farms that I'm going to be building as well. This is annoying. Well, I mean, it's all annoying. I think he has a range of 4, so hopefully he can placate all of that from just there. It's October. I really need to be building up right now. Okay, that's pretty fine. So what I could do is build a whole lot of wheat farms around here and start building up the casa, which is totally not a slum over here. That's a lot of dead zebras. I don't think zebras respawn, but just in case, kill them all. More zebras, more killing. Is this all looking okay? Blighted by the recent swarm of locusts. Sorak is the mantis, Lokar is the locust. Need population to have industry, need industry to have population. Yay, I finally caught a stream after a while. I was binging your Vorion playthrough, says Baffle Bloom. Absolutely loving the game as well. Yeah, Vorion's great. But I certainly binged on it. Right, there's a lot of space for farming around here, and I will take brutal advantage of that. I'll also take brutal advantage of the fact that I'm swimming in money, relatively speaking. Right, so that's all farming. That does cut this off, but I reckon I could use this for more pleb area over here. Right now I just need to max out the amount of farms that I'm shoving into here. And you better believe I'm shoving them in here. I can't be adjacent to this road, it'll screw up the walkers. Still laughing at the idea of debt maxing Caesar though. Caesar the real life debt maxer, the OG. See, I was under the impression OG just meant original, but I have since been informed that it actually stands for original gangster. Which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but it doesn't have to. Oh, there's another freaking rock in the way! Right, I can do one of my favorite designs here, and that is the granary split. So the food all comes into the granary here. Just for sanity, we make sure the granary only accepts wheat. And then the granary allows for a nice large area like so. 1, 2, 1, 2. Jeez, this is gonna be ugly, but okay. Suppose we were under no delusions that it wouldn't be. I hate this so much. Right, that's a hefty block, probably too big in a number of ways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What's 8 times 320? Well, it's just under 3,000. So that's actually quite a lot of casa that we can have here. Still can't build diddly squat until these people are pacified, so there's your mission post. And now it's time to slum it up. Holy moly, the slumming begins. Just gotta hope for a bunch of mergers. Anyone that merges, that's great. Anybody that doesn't gets purged. Don't want to be too slap happy with my throwing down of houses though. But with any luck, this will be our first and main area. Definitely want prefectures right at the end of this. Both sides, just to ensure they're always returning to do fire safety for them. There's no such thing as too many prefects. Similarly, you do want doctors. The doctor can fit snugly right in there. Have you killed all the hyena zebras? Not yet. Right, it's November. I still need to spend loads of this money. Toga Boy has almost gotten his furniture. And you always want to pace a gift out by 12 months. Otherwise you get a limited return on it. Or a reduced return. It's December. I really need to build up big time. I need to spend this money. But what could I buy that I haven't already invested in? I suppose building up my oil workshops. That's not oil. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need a lot of these. 5. Sod it, I want another prefect here and here. Oh, but there's space for a workshop there. Have faith. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need a 7th and an 8th. That's pretty good. I mean, once the blight is over, damn you Ceres. Wait, did I ever placate Ceres? I did? Oh, I placated her up here, didn't I? Yes. Yeah, so once that blight is over, things should get a little better. What's up with the Brazilian title? Because they're playing Brazilian Caesar, and Brazilian Caesar has been very angry with us so far. Right, just spend more money. I'm actually on a money spending binge right now. All these people in here, get all the mergers that I can. If it's not merging, I destroy it. Also, this is a good opportunity to start moving water around. There are only 2 places on the map that I have found that you can place a reservoir in. One is here. Of course, that doesn't do much for anyone. And the other is here, and this is one that drags all the water across the entire map. A single place for a reservoir. Now that is miserly. On an early build of the game, you could fit one here, but now the rocks and the native huts are there to get in the way. Otherwise, no. So we're going to have a lot of aqueducts moving water around, and as usual, we have to make sure those aqueducts don't anger the natives. And the natives are everywhere, so good luck avoiding that. I want... Oh, geez, that's actually a pain. Okay, there we go. I wanted my reservoir here, but having the reservoir here would have plenty of problems of its own. It would block people entering this block. But that should actually water everybody if I get some beneficial mergers. There's only supposed to be one, says Palomar. Well, there's this as well, but there's no way to get a reservoir out from there. So this is hardly a game-breaking position. Yes, our map maker Palomar is present. So tell me, Palomar, are you a horrible person that likes to hurt people? Because you can tell a lot of a person by the Caesar 3 maps they make. Now John likes to hurt people. But he knows he likes to hurt people. And he knows that there's no fun in just hurting people without offering a bit of respite to it. You can definitely tell that in his map designs. But you, I don't know. You're a pretty unknown quantity here. John is a very wise man. I almost certainly want this for more plebs. This aqueduct is almost certainly going to need to be rearranged in the future. For now, though, it goes here, and we put little punctuating walkways underneath it, so that I'm absolutely sure I'm never blocking the road to Rome. Based on this map, it seems like Palomar 01 is a great fit to the community. I hate how right you are. Right, I'm going to mothball oil right now, because it's currently, Oh good, the zebras are dying. I'm currently really short on workers, and it'll take a while for these guys to move in.
Jag har hört att det finns jobb här. Jag vill bli en lejontämjare.
Lejontämjaren, what could it possibly mean? These heathens and their language. I feel like my barracks isn't actually making me any soldiers right now. Oh, I see why, I see why. I think it actually needs access to here. With that done, I bet they're going to start pumping out. There we go. That was unfortunate. That cost me a good deal of time. I didn't realize that the barracks needed road access to the very back of the... Wait. I thought it had access via this way. Well, that's even stranger. Oh well, it doesn't matter. The units are being produced now. Something here could catch fire before these people even properly move in. Fire risk starts the moment you put something down. I might have to delete these farms. And the granary. Depends how soon people get these prefects running. Okay, there we go. Prefects on his way.
Heb je wat te nakken? Heb je wat te nakken? Kan hij...
Không có đủ thức ăn ở thành phố này sẽ dễ dẫn đến tội phạm.
Thank you. There we go. Cure me of my fiery woes. I also want to see if there's a merger there. Would be handy. We are 80. We're 104 workers short, but once we are no longer 104 workers short, I can start doing some nice things. Speaking of nice things, Toga Boy can almost get his much required IKEA furniture. And does Lucky love coming here?
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haut? Ah, bonne journée à vous.
Je te jure.
Ah, bonne journée.
Je te jure.
Oh, ce que j'aime venir ici. Mes affaires vont très bien.
He does love coming here. What I don't love is paying Caesar 1,468 denarii in tribute, but I didn't have much of a choice. I'm going to lower the wages to my own people for a bit. I was slightly overpaying them. Okay, great. All these Swedish immigrants pouring in. And it really does look like T-Centralen. Some merge, some don't. Not going to press the issue. More interested in getting some food stored here.
Không có dấu hiệu tội phạm nào ở đây.
Burger, deze plek heeft meer arbeiders nodig.
We don't often hear the people need more workers thing in my cities, because normally when I'm at the stage of needing workers, starvation is more prevalent.
N'importe où tu regardes dans cette ville-ci, il y a un manque d'ouvrage.
Yeah, even Baron's not happy with the situation.
Không, thành phố này cần rất nhiều người lao động.
Ô meu chefe, essa cidade aqui tá precisando de mais trabalhador, né? Olha só.
Brelix doesn't seem too concerned about it. Yeah, there we go. See, I get awfully punished on this channel. It's quite nice to punish other people myself by bringing in voice acting that I know they're gonna have issues with. And there are seldom bigger issues than the Dutch. Can I get a merger here? If not, I'm going to purge all of you. The answer is yes, I do get a merger here. I'm also going to start getting rid of some of these in favor of marketplaces so they can start piling up on wheat. Wheat is the only good that these people are going to get. They don't deserve better, nor will they receive better. Thankfully, that means it's far less likely that I'm going to have issues with devolution courtesy of that. Jake never hovers the teachers. Well, I seldom have teachers, especially this early on in the map.
Ik hou wel van een feestje, maar deze plek is zo leuk als mijn vakantie naar België.
Shut up, Dutchman. The only teacher I have right now is the teacher who shows the error of the native ways.
Salve! Es wird eine Menge Arbeit kosten, diesen Barbaren zu zeigen, welche Vorzüge Rom ihnen bieten kann.
Đám tội phạm tôi bắt được còn được vui vẻ hơn cái thành phố này.
Right, we're actually in a good position for the city for once. I can even send Toga Boy off his IKEA. He can spend some time getting frustrated at trying to assemble that. And I'm even going to give him some Arabian stallions, and that's going to bring Caesar's favour out of the danger zone. We've lived in the danger zone for far too long. It's not my favourite zone. once these mergers are done, I'm going to start watering these people, and that's going to enormously boost the amount of working population that we can draw from, to the point where I can even start tearing down some slums, believe it or not. We did talk about Latin, Lord Seru, but not many people in this community know it. I mean, dead language, why would you know it? I have a funny feeling that you're a merger. I'm going to try my luck on you. If it doesn't work, you're going to burst into flames, though.
Mut on heitetty koristani. Mulla ei ole mitään asuinpaikkaa.
Max was very quiet on his thrown out of his home lines, so unfortunately when it gets compressed for Caesar 3 audio, get a lot of white noise on it. Well, shame on him for trying to be clever. Right. These people need doctoring. Wait, I already got them doctoring. Forget that. Then they get more prefecturing, because there's no such thing as too much prefecturing. Actually, one of those might be better off as a fountain, so I will actually only have that one there. Oh, I have enough money that I can be a little bit flippant with our situation. That feels good. And I can turn on oil production, which is also good. Do-do-do-do-do. Brilliant. Okay, we've turned one of the most disastrous Caesar 3 starts around. And I struggle to think of many times I've had a worse Caesar 3 start than this. You're actually quite well positioned here to be torn down.
Mut on heitetty koristani.
Yes, yes, I know, it's very tragic, isn't it? I'm kind of tempted to have another market, because you just cannot trust market ladies in this game. But on top of that, it's time to start giving these people actual services. Here's a library. Wait, no, it's not time for that. It's time to water them. And it's also time to purge the one-by-ones. I still don't know if those guys are going to merge. Will you merge? Oh, I see zebra, and if I see zebra, wait, what the hell? Something's happening to the... Something's happening to these soldiers. They're disappearing, dying, fighting. Are they fighting the natives there or something? There's something very strange going on with these soldiers. They're not actually going there. This has cost me a lot of weapons, and I don't even know why. I'm going to decommission that and hope that it helps in some way. See, now they're producing the barons. Hopefully they don't disappear on the way towards their fort. Right, there was a merger there, which is great. I smell a merger here. My merger senses are often on point. Get rid of you. And then we get rid of all the troublesome 1x1s. The troublesome 1x1s are actually kind of useful for me today of all days, because I need to insert some rather awkward fountains. If I can get a merger out of you, that's actually going to save me for a 2x2. Of course, you do not want to merge. That just means that I migrate you down here and then destroy you all if you're still not playing ball with me. How many 2x2s does this look like? I was undercounting them, so I'm going to assume it's about 35. Alright, I'll let that settle down. Rome was so thankful for his new shoe rack that he decides to also request fruit of me. Well, fortunately for me, I already have that fruit. But after that, I'm going to start exporting my fruits. I already export my oils. That should be okay. I'm also, believe it or not, going to... No, I won't get rid of this because there's... the natives are clearly over-consuming this. The situation with the army there actually cost me a lot of money because they've been drinking weapons and not actually giving me an army for it. Where are the barons? Oh god. Right, I see the problem now. This was the problem. For some reason, having a military academy in such a position, I don't entirely know what the problem with that position was, causes them to despawn when they get there. Wow, okay, that was incredibly costly. There we go. That shouldn't be a problem there. So it wasn't the fort location at all, it was the military academy. Yeah, it was probably the stairs. Exit point in the stairs, and well, the stairs weren't blocked off, but they just had a weird way of moving around there. I'll give it a few months and check back on it afterwards. Hopefully that singular zebra isn't a big issue, and they merged, as I knew they would.
Salve! Es wird eine Menge Arbeit kosten, diesen Barbaren zu zeigen, welche Vorzüge Rom ihnen bieten kann.
Yeah, I know, barbarians everywhere. It just sounds like a very unflattering way to refer to Baron himself. Right. I may want more plebs over here, but however you cut it, I'm almost certainly going to need more watering, so I'm just going to move this over here. Confident, thinking that I am going to need to do some severe aqueduct relocation later on, but for now this will do. And now it's a case of watering everybody. What fun. You already do quite a bit of watering there, so I'll tell you what, I will do my utmost to simply water these guys like so. You are exactly unwaterable from there, unless I didn't have this house. But I do have this house. You already do quite a bit there. Kinda need a gap between all of this to water these people, actually. Or This is why desert maps also suck. You have one less range on your fountains, which is proportionally a lot of the fountain's range. And that can be especially difficult getting the water out to somewhere like there, just far away from the reservoir. Barb. Water's a fair chunk of you. To escape him, I need to water a whole bunch of you. I mean, that's a nice position. It would be perfect for it if it were not a desert map. 41 2x2 says beware the blobber. Cheers, because some of those are going to go. Like this guy, I can't reasonably water him from here. Not without moving you. But then again, if I have to move anybody anyway, why not just get rid of you, and then I can have you here once Max gets out of the way. We could be so lucky. You water a whole bunch of them, you water a whole bunch of them. Particularly want you there, but somewhat necessary. It also means you have to spend more labor on watering your plebs. Oof. Oh, that's just too far away. It's more than just too far away, it's actually quite far away. Versus, that's a blow. However, if I had you here, it's worth it to get rid of one nice merge if it means I can water so many others. Rome pays yet more wages, costing me yet more money. Okay, there we go. Now we can focus on giving these people various things. I have not left myself a good 3x3 for religion. This would have been a nice 3x3 if I didn't have that annoying fountain right there. However... no, that's not good enough. However... never easy, is it? Essentially, I need this big-ass temple to... Whoa, is everybody irritated right now? And I don't have access to oracles. Pleasing the gods is going to be a pain in the bum. But what isn't a pain in the bum on this cursed map? Right. And there's a rock getting in the way of me putting a very nice temple right here. It's going to be undesirable however you cut it, so I reckon you're going away, and we get a lovely large temple to Mars right here, because we love Mars. There's probably still going to be some kind of temple slumming going on around here, I can feel it. We'll do this for desirability. And I'm not even going to think about this, I'm just going to plaza. We need to spend money anyway, so we lower the amount that we give to tribute give to Caesar in tribute. Additionally, we want a wee library. See if slamming it there will work. And that should be everything they need, as long as I also give them a theatre. If only you could export sand. Wish I could irrigate this land. Barons, are you actually... Wait, they're still disappearing. Something weird's going on. They're still disappearing when they go to the military academy. Why? How? What's happening? I've never seen this before. They go in. They get there, and then bloop, what the hell's going on? Right, no military academy for anybody. There's no such thing as distance check on armies marching towards military academy. This is becoming a problem. If I don't have an army, I can't fight attackers. And my army, the rest of my army's been sent away ages ago. Happening. Right, education, library.
Depois de um dia de trabalho, eu só quero assistir uma peça de teatro.
Tjenare, jag är ny. Jag har hört det.
Μπορεί να τόσο βαρετή. Χρειάζεται περισσότερες προστάσεις.
If you say so, librarian. Save and relaunch? Imagine it being an intentional bug. I got no idea what's causing this. Hopefully it's still putting out units now that now go to the actual forts. 0, 0, 0. What the heck's going on? The enemy army did destroy my... Oh, sweet. Well, at least a blessing from Mars might save me from these errant things. Right, what if my military academy were right here? But I'm wondering why they're not putting out any units at all. It's extremely expensive to remake some of this stuff, but now they're not doing anything. Ah, this is concerning. The top of the stairs has trees. Top of what stairs? Oh. Aha! Yeah, that's almost definitely... That is definitely it. Well spotted. There was no problem with the military academy at all. It was they couldn't get to the fort. But hang on, they weren't going to Illustration's booze up either. And they had a free path there. Here it comes. So, now I actually can't use any of this. For some reason, this small tent is continuing to persist, though. I would have expected them to die. Oh, well, they did die. Right, so all of this has to go. I can no longer trade with these natives. Did Caesar want my furniture at all? No, he doesn't want anything. All of this has got to go. Now that's a big shame for me. A very big shame. Because that was essentially my economy. And the economy's gone now. So, what do we do in the face of this? Well, we won't need to make so many weapons, of that I'm quite certain. But I'm still going to get my warehouse over here to accept the weapons. going to get rid of this because the oil won't be needed over here. And I do need a barracks over here. I'm going to delete one weapon workshop and have the barracks placed right next to the warehouse so that it's very quick and easy to get their weapons. And we just see what happens with that. The earthquake there was completely predetermined. The map maker put it there and the map maker decided that it would trigger on this year. The map maker knew that that would be a money printer and they decided to turn it off for me. Very nice, they knew that would be too easy. But fortunately I've already set up weapons, oil and fruit for export. And hey, look at all these casas who don't have access to a line. Oh, they do, right, so this is pretty great, except for you guys. You're not getting access to religion. How do I bring religion to these people? In a tasteful manner, at least. I'm not sure if I'm overproducing food for these people or not. So there's 68. And how many 2x2s are there here? I'll start from here and go around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 38 times 68. Calculator, 38 times 68. 2,584, divide that by 320. They can be fed by over 8 farms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So actually I don't have enough farms to feed them all right now. Meaning if I tear one of them down, that's okay. And you are going to be that lucky farm. Lucky house, rather. Away you go. And in comes a lovely large temple to... Oh god, they're all getting angry. I suppose Ceres, because I actually rely on farms now. On top of that, we need a bit more god slumming. We have a good amount of unemployment, so I can actually slum a little harder. And tear down a bunch of you. And we're going to temple. Who do we need? We need Neptune, Mercury, and Venus. What did I just say? Neptune, Mercury, and Venus. Neptune, Mercury, Venus. God slumming is bad enough as it is, but when you're using large temples, they're expensive, they use more workers, and they eat up your marble. It's all bad. That hobble's unhappy because of the reservoir, so we'll garden it up. These guys are just unhappy in general. Quite confident Ceres will come over there and teach them the ways of God. Are the forts working now? Yes. Boy, that was a pain. Okay, so that was on me. I did not realize I'd left a few shrubs getting in the way of these forts. What really threw me, I think, was the booze up. Why that one wasn't filling up, I still don't know. Good that we established marble making very early on, because it allows us to just dip into marble whenever we need more temples. I'm still paying Caesar an uncomfortably large amount of tribute, but I'm still going to give him some slaves and things to keep him good. Right, now we need to think about population buffing, and then we're going to think about patricians. This money is going to hold for a while, but I don't think it'll hold indefinitely. Although maybe it does. That's a lot of weapons to export, isn't it? 25 weapons and 40 oil is pretty good. 40 oil being the very good one out of it all.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute qualité?
I need to open this up so Lucky can get out of the map faster. Didn't realize that that was blocked as well. It was making Lucky have to take... I always call the donkey carts Lucky because Lucky is doing the voice for them. Right. I want even more casa, and then I want to eradicate my slums so that I can start building up prosperity. Get rid of these... Ooh, right, better get rid of you in case that makes everybody unhappy as well. I don't know if the natives care about statues or not. They probably do. Right, so Toga Boy is finally happy with me. Boyzinho de Toga will finally have a bit of favour after all this time of being very, very unhappy with me. And he's going to let me build a triumphal arch. Don't know where I'm going to put it. I usually don't build them at all on my regular plays. I save them for when I turn the cities into eternal cities. Right, I really need to hope that I can mass up my army because it's been a very grim time regarding that, thanks to a few years of no army production. But this should be fine for a wee while. Right, second pleb area. So this is about 2,500 people, meaning that I'm going to need probably about 3 of these. It's not unreasonable, thanks to the existence of wheat on the map. In fact, there's not much stopping me just wheating up and then building my next one around here somewhere. Heck, I even quite like the idea of placing my pleb area over here. Of course, the natives don't like that idea, but I do. The main problem is getting water up there. And it's not insurmountable because we can put reservoirs here and here. As for these irritating locals, they're quite quick and easy to pacify with just that. Heck, I can even tuck it in a little tighter with that. And then when you spawn, because this game does have global labor, it just only uses it for the missionary hut.
Grüße. Meine Lehre über Roms Vorzüge scheint zu diesen ziemlich beängstigenden Barbaren durchzudringen.
But we all know that global labor is the worst and biggest crutch this game has to offer, and surely nobody would actually want it in their Caesar 3 experience. I know, I'm being ultra elitist with that. Nice thing about small castles, you don't need to care too much about desirability. The thing you don't like about small castles is that they have pretty miserable prosperity, and our prosperity goal is a towering 95. Like, that is a ton of prosperity to get on a savage map like this. So it pretty much necessitates quite a lot of luxury palaces. Global labor also gets used for maintaining the towers. Yeah, maintaining them, but not initially setting them up. Right, so that's you taken care of. I just want to shove as many casa over here as I can. And even around here. Because as large as this map may be, it's so rugged that it's actually going to prove a little difficult after a while to shove more plebs in, I believe. How far out does that undesirability go? Out to there, huh? It's quite far. That means I could put 1, 2 or 1, 2, 3. I'll go with 1, 2. It means I could put services over there. Well, this is awkward and it's actually going to be quite terrible, but as long as I can shove more people in, we're all good. I don't think labor is going to be the biggest concern on this map, far from it. I reckon 8 farms is going to be plenty to deal with these folks, but of course there's another freaking rock in the way. 1, 2, 3, get out of my way.
Jag har hört att det finns jobb här. Jag vill bli en lejontämjare.
You and your devil tongue get out of here next. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't want the granary to be too far away. 6, 7. I don't think I'm gonna get that many casts over here, so I reckon 7 of you should be sufficient. As long as you keep that granary pretty darn close. wonder about this placement, and I'm not entirely convinced I even like it. Well, there it goes. So all the food comes into here, and then it gets spread out towards here, and here, and it's going to be a fairly modest casa block. Not a very inspired design, I know, but I don't really have the luxury for inspired on this map. Just gotta always check, make sure I'm not cheesing off any natives with any of these positions. Actually, I'm even going to build on the undesirable land here. If it merges, I can always add some desirability here to offset the negative impact of being next to the forts. Now, in such a dangerous place, God knows why the people wouldn't want to be in somewhere so safe, but I don't understand the minds of these fussy Romans. These fussy Caesarean Romans, no less. As ever, prefecture, and more prefecture, and more prefecture, and more prefecture, and more prefecture. And funnily enough, a single engineer's post should almost definitely take care of all of that. And a little bit of doctoring? No doctoring for these people. I want to keep city health relatively average. What is it right now? Very good. Well, I'll see to that. Health, clinic. Clinic gone. We haven't heard from the clinician, have we?
Alle haben Hunger, aber es gibt nichts zum Futtern.
I beg your pardon? Sprachen Sie Latin? Theo says, I really wanted to see you playing this map on stream. Great, well, it's here, like it says in the schedule. Oh man, why do I even maintain a schedule? Surprised nobody's come in to ask me if there's Xenonauts today. Of course there is, it's on the schedule.
Salve! Es wird eine Menge Arbeit kosten, diesen Barbaren zu zeigen, welche Vorzüge Rom ihnen bieten kann.
Diesen Barbaren indeed. Yeah, my city definitely looks like that. Grand insulae, medium insulae, large insulae, gardens. All the hallmarks of a beautiful city. And they're all here, probably. Right, once again, I take them in. If they merge, great. If they don't, they die. I tell you, although the initial attacks on this map were horrific, I'm really surprised to see that they've let up. Which is great, because the issue we had with our armies, if we had been under constant attack, would be dead by now. This is what I mean by initially setting up your farms before you have prefects can cause fires, but we just deal with that. You can't delete fires though, you have to wait for them to burn out or for prefects to come along.
Tôi đang rất là bận.
Now, one of my friends is Vietnamese, but that doesn't mean I understand the language whatsoever. They're a strange lot. Alright, there we go. Let's fix some of that. Yeah, real Latin right there. Casey, what is your mother tongue if you think this is Latin? The beautiful sounds of Latin.
Heb je wat te nakken? Kan niet eens meer een kapsel omkrijgen hier.
That guttural sound that marked civilization for 1,000 years.
Tjenare, jag är ny här. Vet du var jag kan bo?
A beautiful language. Right, in they come, and the more that come in, the more I want to delete my god slum, or at least rein it in a bit. It's not free to do, though, with the setup that I have. What I could certainly do is migrate you. I really don't want to migrate anything. Tell you what, though, I could actually cut you off and have a straight line here, and that will give me the benefit of trimming off all of this. That means if Toga Boy, for whatever reason, gets angry with me once again, he won't immediately threaten my people. And plus we can have a lot of max nickies.
Wat een heet koristani.
Seid gegrüßt. Die Stadt braucht unbedingt mehr Nahrung.
If nothing else, I'm going to get rid of my 1x1s in the slum, because they hurt prosperity a ton. I mean, 2x2s still hurt, but not nearly as bad. Once I have the casas built up, the second load of casas that is, I can probably permanently eradicate the bulk of my slum. Some city builders, believe it or not, don't even slum. They very precisely put in the buildings they need, and then they just build it straight up, usually to small hovels, and then start taxing them immediately. That is not really something you could do when live streaming this game, sadly. Oh, this is getting in the way of a perfect location for a temple. Who do we like the most? You know, I always want more money, so I'm actually going to say Neptune gets the preferential treatment here. This merger's getting in the way of a lot of other potential merger. Could we get one here, please? The answer is no, we cannot. What about here? Even more no cannot. At least you get out of my way. None of you wanted to merge, so you're not worth my time at all. You guys get out of here. No merge, no life. Such is how things are around here in my city. Nice merger. Ugh, awkward merger. Blocks 2 good buildings. I'm going to try my luck at not accepting your existence. I'm going to try my luck with this. And it is a lucky dip because I do not know where the merger points are. And if you don't know where they are, then they're functionally random. Didn't work, so I'll just purge it all. Not going to be a lot of casa here, sadly, and even sadder, this did not merge. So I'm going to give it another chancer of a try. And I need some markets. I need some markets big time. 2 should suffice for this setup. And if they have that, and they have religion, then all they really need is a library and a theatre. And then they'll have everything they need to become big boys and girls. Oh, perfect place for theatre right there. Splendid, modest, good enough. Jake, is there a way to block merging completely from a map, forcing a player to use 1x1s? No. And also, yes. What you could do is you could edit the map data so that every single tile cannot merge. There's a value for every tile. I think it's between 1 and 9. And if it's between certain values, you get mergers. If it's not, you don't. One person did that. Just one person. And they submitted a city for the 50,000 challenge using it. I think they broke all the records with it as well. But obviously it wasn't popular because they'd edited the map for it. But yeah, it's possible, but you really need to know how these save files are handled, and I don't know that, so I couldn't help you. Even if I wanted to, which I do, because that sounds like an interesting challenge. Sounds like a horribly painful, malicious challenge as well, but still interesting. I need water over here. There's a lot of aqueduct building, and I don't like that for a number of reasons. Straight down there. I definitely want to build up in this area, so this aqueduct's going to have to build around us later on, but for now, let's just make sure we water all these plebes. Thankfully I can barely water you from there. However, instead of having it there, I could water more of you from here. That's good, that's good. I really hope that merges. Alright, that should bring everybody up. Including you, sad to say. So I'm actually going to temporarily well you up and hope that you merge. Well, they find it very undesirable, so of course they don't want to be there. I'm going to take that water away. You will devolve. You will devolve, and I'll hope that you merge. If you don't merge, that's bad. If you do merge, that's good. They don't merge, so that's bad. Away it goes. And what was that just now? Ah, Neptune! He gave me an August blessing, which sucks, but that's still a load of oil that we could sell at double rate if it's ready. Can't control when you get the Neptune blessings, sadly. I'm just plazaing up. I hate to just carpet plaza like that, but hold on, we don't see you often.
Päällikölle potkut perkele! Pomo ei selkeästi piittaa musta, joten mä näytän sille, mitä mä piittaan sen kaupungista. Jos haluat nähdä, miltä kaupungit näyttää, kun ne palaa, niin kato poika tarkasti.
When we were doing the voice, or signing up for the voice line, somebody pointed out that, yeah, when does Jake ever get protesters? Well, I do now. Don't know what he's protesting about. Well, probably the massive amounts of unemployment, but even so, come on, he doesn't have a leg to stand on. Now, where's the nearest prefect? Ah, there's the nearest prefect. Who's gonna win? Oh, he despawned. The prefect comes along and just shanks the protester on the spot. But sadly, it's not happening today. Very sadly. I'm so glad I was around to hear that's as many acts. Finnish rioters, man. What can you do about them? Okay, I have so much unemployment, as the protester was kindly pointing out. The obvious thing to do is to reduce the amount of slumlording. There we go. Still keeping some of them, because it's pretty important for maintaining the employment. Just making sure that the road hugs the tent as much as possible to maximize the amount of labor extracted from it. Double money from Neptune, thanks to the warehouse working for me, and everybody is pleased. And our units come home, which has made everybody happy. Where are our units? There they are, and they're not even that beaten up, so we are actually going to have a reasonable army for whatever comes our way next. Thank goodness. I think we're out of the worst of this map, unless it has even worse to throw at us, which is possible. Especially since they could come and attack us and take out our water quite easily, which would cause mass devolution here. That would be bad for me, but there are a lot of things that could be bad for me. Okay, I should consider patricians now. Where did I say the patricians are going to go? Hopefully not here, because this is my god slum. But I bet I said there, didn't I? Yeah, because it's good access to food. This has got the best area for it. Oh, I really don't want to tear down god slum. But the sooner I do, the better. Oh dear, oh dear. Actor! We gotta hear Mordkalb. We can certainly hear the actor. Where are you at, Mordkalb?
Alter, wir sind da alle Hockenstadt. Du weiter, sonst gibt's einen ordentlichen Verhör.
He's so distracted from his glorious acting career. But the unemployment line is the one you hear most often in my cities, because I love to play with ultra unemployment. Right. Ah, jeez. My god slum needs to go. My marble supplies need to go. But this is undeniably the best place for my patricians. Big, flat, open area. Maybe I could hug... Maybe I could just keep this. Military Academy sadly has to go. Right. Let's do something very sad and delete all of this. And let's just migrate this to be a much tighter slum. I need to be very careful not to build on that native's so-called land. In fact, it's too dangerous. I'm actually going to mission post it up because I'm convinced that I will mess it up. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. There you go. In fact, I'll just have it be one nice square. That'll make life easier. When playing this game, try to build in loops. It just makes everything run a lot better. Even the prefect should have an easy time going around there.
Meine Lehre über Roms Vorzüge scheint zu diesen ziemlich beängstigenden Barbaren durchzudringen.
Neptune, Mars, double Venus, double Mercury. Neptune, Mars, double Venus, double Mercury. Man, god slums suck so much. I hate building them, but if I don't do this, the gods come and murder me. And they're just so huge, I can't exactly slip them seamlessly into these designs. That's why oracles are so nice. One large temple makes its god happy for 1500 population. One oracle makes every god happy for 500 population. Don't need to run the numbers to understand that oracles are much better than large temples, but we don't have access to them. Right, how's this going to go? That should siphon things off enough to... Oh, freaking... Natives. Right. Don't get Mediator, get Gladiator. I need to consider how many... Oh god, I should probably run a bit of prosperity number, shouldn't I? Okay, let's imagine that we have 100 small casa in our finished city. So 6,800 people live in small casa. What's the best way to... I have a question for you, chat, and it's going to activate your mathematics-related almonds. How many times can you take 60 out of 1,750? So what is 1,750 divided by 60? And I need you to round down. 29. Okay. What that means is that for every luxury palace I have, they can support 28 other small casas in terms of prosperity. So we should be fine with 4 luxury palaces. 4. Now that's actually quite a small amount, but luxury palaces are huge. They are this big. It's bigger than a large temple. Still, if it's only 4 of them, it should be relatively easy to isolate them around a senate. And the senate needs to be there to tax them. So I'm going to have a nice round... Well, not round. I'm going to have a square area here with my 4 luxury palaces. Probably better if they are centered around some large statues, like statue. Large luxury palace, luxury palace, luxury palace, luxury palace, senate, other buildings, stuff that they want up here. Okay, comes with its own downsides though, especially for labor access. Gotta remember here, I'm here to win though. We've been building a lot of beautiful cities for a while, but here I'm here to win. Now, let's round up and say that we have 5 luxury palaces. That's 1,000 people. 2 of each farm should suffice, but it's going to be slow going for getting that food moving. Even so... Focus food first though. Fruit and pigs. Ox and geese. Fruit. And... Piggy and piggy. And wheat and wheat. I only need 1 wheat, but I'm going to build 2. Because we're feeling brave and adventurous today. Now this needs to enter a whole bunch of granaries. 1, 2, 3 of them. Hey, decent space for them across here. And they can be in the same order. Root. Meat. Wheat. It's only a graphical issue, but if you have animal farming, do not have fishing on your map, because the piggies will actually be fish. So I reckon they're farming capybaras there. Right, now I need to consider the shape. Also, I haven't saved at all on this map, because Logistica Nova stream. Because I didn't even want to be tempted to save scum. I wanted to beat this in the patented one-shot technique. I'm not saying I wanted to stick it to Blobber, but there might have been a little element of wanting to strut my stuff. You know how it is. I forget which game I was playing, but I was definitely bragging about my performance, and somebody said something along the lines of, I see Jake's being very humble today. It's like, well, I have to take the opportunity to be immodest when I can, because everybody in this goddamn channel is out to get me. And don't even try to deny that, you know it's true. Freaking rocks in the way as usual here. 1, 2. This is a big loop, it's too big. But I'm gonna have it anyway. So in a situation like that, you've got to take the opportunity to lord over others. That should take care of any barbarian around here. Villa, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. What if you came up a bit like so? Then I could actually have one luxury palace here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another one here. Strip of large statues down the center. Another one and another one. Maybe squeeze in another one. Loads of spaces for services. They might need some multi-services here and there. And I've actually given myself an excellent place to slap out the hippodrome. Right over here. Rocks, man. Fun-loving rocks. I do want the hippodrome here, though. There's no question about it. But that means this needs to come out by, what was it, 2? Could shove the hippodrome against the wall and only have it come out by 1. That would be a bit more agreeable. Something like so. Alright, hippodrome goes here. Wonderful. Shouldn't block these guys, and they're all feeling pretty good about being back home. Also, this stuff is going to catch fire if I don't give them any kind of labor access, and even when I do, see the fire risk is already starting. It's just like that, you know. I know I just jutted that in, but do I really want it in? Gets in the way of a lot of stuff. Hell, I'll put you over there. You should be able to reach everything from there. And I'm going to put in a bit of slave labor right here. And even a little extra right here, just in case it's needed as such. Prefecture, 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 prefecture. Oh, oh, oh. It's right on the native land. That was close. That almost made every native want to destroy me. But it didn't, because I caught it in time. I need to wait for you to go and tell them what's
Grüße.
for.
Meine Lehre über Roms Vorzüge scheint zu diesen ziemlich beängstigenden Barbaren. Ach, ich bin so froh, Römer zu sein.
There we go.
Ihr solltet sehen, was diese Barbaren in ihren Hütten so alles treiben.
That's such a great way to say barbarian. Ah. I'm sure they are creasing up with cringe at hearing themselves there, but don't worry. That was the point. High chance of that thing bursting into spontaneous flames. Market ladies are having significant difficulty getting over to these remaining tents. I'm gonna give them another marketplace. There we go, now the prefects are on the prowl, sire. Plenty of them, and they've got a good range, so they'll take care of all of this. And these natives are now...
Oh, ich bin so froh, Römer zu sein. Ihr solltet sehen, was diese Barbaren in...
Tôi chưa từng thấy nhiều người thất.
Gegroet, zie je al die werkeloze sloebers? Doe er eens wat aan.
What was that about doobers?
Gegroet, zie je al die werkeloze sloebers? Doe er eens wat aan.
Sloobers? I'm sure that means something in that heathen tongue of his, but I'm not sure we want to know what. Yeah, I'm well aware it's Dutch Master Ideal. The question is, do we want the Dutch? Right, I've got loads of unemployment. Let's get going with this. Let's start hoovering up some employment with the glorious Hippodrome. And it is glorious. There's not much to be gained from bringing it one further in, apart from just having a tighter looking area. Oh, but I have cut you off entirely, haven't I? Let's give them a path through here. Oh, I already regret doing that. Now that means invasions can come up this way and go straight into my Hippodrome. And I can't undo that. Ah, Jesus, well. Live and learn. Maybe they can be encouraged not to. Nah, well, screw it. Live with our mistakes. Right, this will be the first thing that I want to evolve around here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, plenty of space for evolution around here. We're going to have you. And just to encourage you not to expand out in this direction, let's... I reckon the school kids could actually make the full rounds from here. Not a lot of stamina on kids these days, but they might just be able to get far enough to give access. They'll need a library, they will need an academy. I'm just going to drown them in... Oh, right, I don't even have the base goods that they need. Forget thinking about academies right now. They need far more important goods. I know I'm way overstacked on weapons here. It's not a problem just yet. Right. I don't have pottery, and I need to import pottery at great expense. Something somewhat unfortunate is my lack of good positions for warehouses here. Normally I'd put it up on this offshoot, but I didn't give myself a lot of space in the offshoot. What I could certainly do is have this connected up to something over here. I don't like that idea either, though. What I could do is have my... I know this is an undesirable place anyway, so what I could do is have my pottery imported to here. And this is just going to fill up with very expensive pottery. That's going to sting a little. I'll have you get oil, because we already produce oil over there, and I'm going to set exports to be over 12. Furniture we can make. Just a question of where we want to make it. I can make it anywhere, but that just makes it more difficult to think where I'm going to make it. These market ladies really don't want to go around. They're not been delivering food over there. Have some more market ladies, as ineffectual as they may be. I'm just trying to think where to produce furniture such that it can be brought over here with little effort. The easiest place might be over here in Slum Town, although I will likely have to change out Slum Town at some point. I can get rid of both of you. I can erect my timber yard here. 2 furniture workshops here. 1 and 2. I can have a warehouse right here as it happens. And the warehouse accepts furniture, and this warehouse is set to... Oh wait, no, I don't want you getting oil there. You're going to be full up of pottery. But I could set a warehouse over here, and the warehouse gets furniture and gets oil. And that just leaves wine. Now I can domestically make my own wine, but I can also import wine. Importing wine is hellishly expensive though. So, what's a man to do? Funnily enough, I think I'm going to make my own wine right here. That has a lot of its own problems, which I don't like. I'd rather my wine was made and brought here without imports at all. So that just means a single connected, and that's the painful part, a single connected winemaking area here that brings wine over to you. Lots of problems with that. I've played Emperor Wicked Notions, but of all the Sierra games, the only one I truly care about is Caesar. Right. Tell you what's going to happen. It's going to be no to this wheat farm. Wait, why can't I delete this? There we go. We're going to have vines here. We're going to have a wine workshop right here. And for now, probably another one right here. And they're going to deliver to a warehouse right here, which only takes wine. Later on, I'll set it to import, preferably when I'm absolutely overclogged on wine. So there we go, all the goods the patricians need are being made. I didn't want to set up imports for wine because it would bankrupt me, and then Toga Boy would get angry, and then we'd be back to square bleeding one. And we really would, make no mistake about that. Squeeze a large temple in here? No, of course I cannot. Squeeze one in there, it's not ideal, but this is a decent place for it. All the gods are indifferent, so really I want to give all of the gods a temple quite soon. We'll start with Ceres over here. We like Ceres. Actually, we'll let the gods get bummed a little more. Reason being, and it's a good reason, the gods will give you their blessing only if they have never given a blessing before, or they have been displeased or worse between now and their last blessing. So one thing you can do to game the gods in a way is keep cheesing them off and then building them temples, and then they'll keep going, oh, I was angry, but now I'm great, have this blessing. I never do that in my runs, well, unless I'm extremely pushed, I would do that for Neptune. But I prefer not to, it's really cheesy.
Salve! Es wird eine Menge Arbeit kosten.
Wow, such authentic Japanese voice acting. How did we get it? Also, why are you not academy trained? Did I tear... Oh, I just tore down my military academy. It's too expensive to re-erect, though. If I only end up with one non-academy trained set, that's okay. Oh, there'll be two of them. But I really don't want to build this thing. It's expensive. I also need to consider watering these people, but that's actually going to be easier than watering most plebes because there are far fewer houses I need to even think about watering for this. So really it's just a case of watering from the edges. Kind of. Yeah, I'll just set up, I'll set these up around all the edges of where my patricians are. That'll make my life nice and easy. You are a little more complexicated, but it just means lots of reservoirs. I don't often build maps with lots of reservoirs because you seldom have to, but this is a map of having to do a lot of quite horrible things. Yeah, well, in the grand scheme of things, setting up lots of reservoirs is hardly the worst thing this map has thrown at us. Far from it. Just got to be very careful not to block the road to Rome. If you do, they tear down a lot of everything in your city. Generally, if you ever block the road to Rome, check your reservoirs, because there's a good chance those helpful engineers from Rome have gone and destroyed them in order to keep the road open. There we go. This is the only kid making his way over here, and he does make it far enough to give access to all of the patricians that we're planning on having. Enemies at the door. I should really contemplate building up a better defense than I have right now. So I will. I'm going to wall this off. That should buy us plenty time for our units to arrive. Wall is quite expensive, so let's try not to overdo that. Tell me I didn't just build on native land. Of course I built on native land. Ugh. Okay, the natives might have gotten temporarily cheesed off by that. If we start hearing explosions, that's the natives really offended by my decisions. You know, ultimately, I've built a terrible thing over here, but could always just wall what little there is here, as long as we don't cheese off the natives. Okay. Hopefully that's enough time to move these guys over. It won't be, but like I said, we're hoping. Still waiting on our first shipment of furniture and stuff. The furniture is there, the oil is already here.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de...
Még soha nem mentem elleni munkanélküli állampolgárnéje.
Chariot Racer's really chilled out. Whatever gave the natives the idea that this is their land. Oh. So enemies at the door and Toga Boy wants an army. An average force, that's 2 of my legionnaires. I'm not willing to fight that until I've had my own fight dealt with. Making Caesar angry is bad, but losing entirely because of having my city leveled is a lot worse. Gods are still indifferent. We have a little bit of wine in now. We still don't have any pottery imported, probably because I didn't set it to import, did I? Of course I didn't. There we go. I could import furniture, but there's no chance I'm doing that since we locally produce it. No point opening these trade routes. The game will just keep spamming me with no active dock messages. And we can never have a dock because, well, to get a dock we would have to remove all fountain access for the entire city. And that is a bridge far too far. I wonder if I can just coax out what am I trying to say? A merger with that. There we go. Hopefully I wasn't off at all there, but that's going to provide a lot of desirability for my soon-to-be patricians. Not enough, though. Luxury palaces need an extremely large amount of desirability. And it really is extreme. These people are fussy Romans. Slam that over there just so I can start some evolution. Now, of course, we need markets. The most sensible place to keep your markets is over by where your granaries are. But you also want a bit of a mix so that they get around everywhere. So there we go, 5 markets. 1 market per luxury palace might seem a bit extreme, but it's how I like it, because you never know when those market ladies just stop going where you want them to. I love to have my Senate a lot more central than this, but it's going to prove difficult. Especially because of all the chuffing rocks in the way, but it's not unreasonable to put the Senate here. Actually, it's a great place for it. The tax collector will almost always do full rounds. That's good. Even better if I just delete that. Where are the clips from? Yeah, the community, the people here. What an unusual demand. Toga Boy wants just raw wood? Doesn't even want IKEA. It's not too big a deal for me to make. It's barely a deal at all. I just need to find somewhere that I can chop down some trees. I have leveled quite a lot of trees in making this city, but I'm sure some have survived. Well, there are these ones, of course. Gave these natives the idea that this was their land. Just is not right. Citizen, it's just not right. That could almost fit in there quite nicely. In fact, I'm fairly certain it could go there, but we have people, actual Roman people living there. tougher than it might seem to just find an ideal place to squeeze in a little bit of timber production. I admire some people that do their maps without deleting any unnecessary objects whatsoever. Alright, well I still see how I can do this. I think he's given me a good bit of time for it. Loads of time, 48 months. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just loop this out a little bit like so. And then I'm going to tell you to accept timber. And then once you have 20 timber, we'll just toss it off to Toga Boy. You can also start getting watered. That awkward position. A little tempted to put another large statue probably here, but I really want the next luxury palace to be right here. So instead, I'm going to put a small statue right there to prevent you from growing too far. And I need to think how to water you. Great water access from around here. In fact, I can put water right there. And 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you can grow there however which way you want. Actually, not any which way. I want you to grow out from that direction. And rather than put that there, I should put something useful like a theatre. And what else would be useful for these useless people? They're going to need a bathhouse. The sooner it's erected, the better. Means I don't have to think about it later on. Fussy Romans that they are, they're going to want... Oh right, I need to squeeze in a Colosseum somewhere. Colosseum is Xbox huge. This is already an undesirable area, so it's a pretty good place for it, but I always like to put Colosseums on the corners. Looks like that's not going to be an option today. However, that comes with its own problems, which I don't like. We just shove it here. But I don't like that. Don't like that at all. Like I said, it's an undesirable neighbor. I need to keep this area free for my troops to go through if there's an attack from there. That's why I'm not just slamming the Colosseum down right there. And this is just so in the way of everything. I'll probably need that space for attractive buildings later on. But it just brings me back to here, doesn't it? Right, well, not much choice for it. It's going to have to go here. Kinda wish I'd left this corner open, because I could quite happily put it here. Then it wouldn't be wasting so much space. And that's still a reasonable option. Does mean relocating this warehouse, sadly, but I have a lot of oil. Yeah, you know what? That's exactly what I'm going to do. First off, screw the bathhouse. Second off, don't you get anything now. The warehouse shall be here. And getting furniture and oil. And you are set to empty the warehouse. And then the goods, once they come back, hopefully it's oil. Oh, it's probably furniture. Anyway, you're going to shove it over here. I'm going to make you the trade center so that they stop buying my oil from here. It's getting in the way of my market, ladies. Any cheesed off gods? Oh, they're all displeased, right? Well, if anybody I want happy, it's Neptune. So we're going to start with Neptune's temple. We're going to get some more real soon. It amuses me that I put you just in the wrong place. Have that. Okay, the cart is coming back with furniture, and then it's going to be shoved into here, and then you go away, and I have my... I will have my Colosseum right there. Who else do we like? We like Mars rather a lot, and this is a great place for a Mars temple. Gives a lot of... yeah. gives a lot of desirability. And we also rather like Venus. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's good. And 3 gods is enough to satisfy everybody. Well, they're going to tear down these tents because I don't like tents. I certainly don't want them burning up. Once this is empty, this becomes a Colosseum. Oh, we've got him now.
Ja, jag trivs inte här. Arbetslösheten, den är för hög helt enkelt.
Can't escape the Swedes. Not only that, that's a brilliantly smug Swedish accent for tax collecting. Our very own Skatteverket in Caesar. I've been here too long. Right, Colosseum. I don't even know her. There you go. They will even need an amphitheater somewhere, and might as well just preempt the need for it by slamming it down here and hoping that it makes the rounds. Right, they are Casa now. They are crying out for bathhouses. Our smelly Romans shall be washed away from here. I hope she makes the rounds. There's a good chance she does not. And from here, we should have just about everything we need to explode it. Oh, Christ, I just noticed I'm in debt. Right, we're going to alleviate debt by no longer importing pottery, because that's what's really throwing us into debt. We just imported over, I think given that markets would have grabbed some, or are currently grabbing some, we imported over 30 units of pottery at 180 a pop. So no wonder we blew through our 8,000 denarii like it wasn't even there. We can keep Caesar off our back for a little while, but I think I can't crawl out of debt that quickly right now, but Toga Boy will be fine if I just give... I'll give that to the city. I'll give Toga Boy... Toga Boy is going to be happy when I trash those guys in Leptis Magna. So I'm going to keep that money for myself. In fact, yeah, I'm going to... and keep that money.
Du kan ikke ha en god kveld ute I denne byen.
I have a hippodrome, a coliseum, and an amphitheater, and a theater in the same block that you're complaining that you can't do anything.
Grüße. Meine Lehre über Roms Vorzüge scheint zu diesen ziemlich beängstigenden Barbaren durchzudringen.
No escaping the barbarian. Right. Once they get their pottery... Oh, here we go. Large casa, small insulae. Now they need some hospitaling. Here's a hospital, and they will also want a clinic, so I'll put down a regular doctor hut. And it goes down right there, and they're also going to want a barbar, but not a barbaran, right there. Excellent. And with this, we should somehow scrape our way to 3 patricians. And then I'll get the 4th one whenever I can. They're a little short on food, understandably. You'll be done away with at some point. Or I might keep you as a medium villa, just good for labour access around here. Sometimes it can be very awkward about getting such access. Of course, you hate where you live, don't you? It's alright. Being on a corner with all that plaza is so good for desirability. Delicious. Up they go. You're gonna have a hard time getting access to certain... Well, actually, 1, 2, 1, 2. If the bathhouse lady ever makes her way over there... Come on, come on.
Nossa senhora, que cidadezinha chata, sem nada pra fazer.
Du kan ikke ha en god kveld ute I denne byen.
この町はとってもつまらない。
Salve! Es wird eine Menge Arbeit kosten,
I've
diesen
never had
Barbar...
so many missionaries on one map. Yelling about Barbaran everywhere he goes. In the end, it all comes back to Baron. Right, as usual, the bathhouse lady never goes where I need her to go. So I'm actually going to build an additional bathhouse here in the hopes that she walks down this way. It's possible that on one of her walks she will go where I want her to go, but I just want you evolved on the double. They're waiting on Barber, then they're going to be waiting on... Oh, stop buying my oil! It's meant to be on exports over 12. I don't think I have... Oh, I got 12 oil over there, don't I? But that's a trade center. Stop buying it from here. It's actually going to become a problem. Not necessarily, but still, I don't like it. Wow, they really do not want to wash these smelly Romans. They refuse to walk down this way. Come on, Morgan. Oh, while we're at it, I might as well set up my next Patrician right here. Oh! Uh-oh. This is a few uh-oh moments. Firstly, this force attacks in 12 months. I need to send off an army on the double. However, I'm being attacked right here, right now. I don't know how big or how bad it's going to be. Now, it's very rare for a map maker to be so horrible that they send enormous attacks at you when you're meant to have your troops elsewhere. But let's be prepared for the worst, and the worst could be really bad. Especially after what we've seen on this map. So, at least the Seleucids have to work their way through my walls first. You Seleucids might have ballistic inhibiting armor, but we Romans have balls of steel. That's quite a few of them, and again, I was told to send half my army off to the other side of Rome. There goes our water. Alright, thankfully the gods are on my side, literally. Let's just clear this out of the way a bit. Jesus Christ, lads. Okay, so, with God on my side and my entire army here, I was able to beat back the Seleucid army as they tore down the water supplies. And now I have... Yeah, I might not be able to make it in time with this now. However, I'm still going to send off Afdish and Pepper to go and deal with that average force. Hopefully they make it in time. Nasty, just nasty. Alright, now that all is not lost here, right? That's only a few houses getting devolved to tent land. And we can bring them right back up. It's like a weed after a dry day. Just a little bit of water and then boom, up they go. They're going to go straight up to Small Casa. The only downside is all the people that emigrated. Like, we lost 40 people per house there. Not pleasant. Far from it. In a way, it's particularly cruel of our map maker to have put an invasion point at opposite ends of the map. Meaning that you have to split your army across the map, and on top of that, not sure if we've covered it before or not, but this is a very rugged and horrible map. Oh well. Right, what's your problem now? You want things to be prettier. Ooh, it's pretty. Well, every spell and gesture shows you who's the best. You're playing with the big boys now. I don't mind putting down additional barbers. I do mind additional barbaren, though. Nice space for that fountain right there. Swell. You'll love it, says Palm. Oh! I'm glad that the Finnish Ovidius Fabius is able to put it into words for me.
Pomo ei selkeästi piittaa musta, joten mä näytän sille, mitä mä piittaan sen kaupungista. Jos haluat nähdä miltä kaupungit näyttää kun ne palaa, niin kato poika tarkasti.
Attention! J'aimerais que ces ouvriers soient plus prudents quand ils changent les bêtes avec mes nouveaux achats.
You tell him, Lucky. You tell him. If this were DLC, I'd pay for it. This is a lesser known Beaches of the World tier. Alright, Academy, and we're going to start having some real patricians. But now I need to start really thinking about how they get taxed. We'll start at 11%. I'm going to boost wages up considerably. And then I'm just going to hope that we get loads of patricians in here to be taxed. Wow, you really don't like where you live, huh? It's fine, I can help you out with gardens and plaza and whatever else. The hell, I'm just going to preemptively plaza this up. I know it's going to be problematic, however you cut it. Speaking of problematic, I really want that barber to come over here. What's taking him so long? I don't have the time for this. I need my patricians operational and taxed on the double because money is becoming a real issue on this map, thanks to our money printer being isolated by cracks in the land. And when I start importing wine, it's going to get even hairier. That's going to thrust me into more ultra debt again. Oh, here we go, our first large villa. But hang on, you don't get access to all the gods here? Neptune and Mars. What's wrong with Venus? Venus is just sodding off over there and not actually doing anything for us. Well, just as well we need to please Mercury and Ceres anyway. So 1 to Mercury here. And 1 to Ceres. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. That's actually quite good. I'll do that. Well, these temples need to go somewhere, so why not here? Caesar's gonna get that wood eventually. Trust me, bro. The city is in debt. The city is going to remain in debt until I'm able to tax these patricians until they cry. And that's entirely what I intend on doing. The school kids can't reach there, I'll build them another school, that's no big deal. What might be a big deal is desirability around here. Okay, we've got the Grand Villa. Come on, what is wrong with these academics? Well, I'll tell you what's wrong. I've made a loop that's too big that they don't actually go all the way around it, but I do need my academy to actually go north here. Or, you know, spawn an academic whatsoever. There we go. Whoa, people think my city's good!
Goed, dit is eigenlijk een best prima stad.
Golimy czy strzyżemy, obywatelu? Życie tutaj nie jest takie złe, czyż nie?
Chefinho, preocupa não, ó, tá tudo perfeito, tudo funcionando direitinho. Tá?
Diese Stadt ist ein ganz netter Ort.
Tô indo ali buscar mais umas mercadorias, mais umas paradinhas.
Sweet, it's kind of nice to hear people tell me that my city is okay, despite the various shortcomings.
Goed, dit is eigenlijk een best prima stad.
Goed, that's not a real word, Nitro. Stop trying to fool people. You ain't fooling me. A little risky, but I'm going to get rid of this fountain in favor of a garden. And I'm going to plaza a little further. And I'm going to put down a large statue here, and this should become a villa. A medium villa. Yeah! Right. It's probably going to be very difficult to get academy access for you over there. Because the academy walker just does not want to go that far. But difficult doesn't mean impossible. What we're going to do is set wine to import. Now this is going to hurt a lot for the budget, but we're going to end up with some glorious palaces who are already complaining about lack of entertainment. That's a difficult one to solve with my limited amount of space here, but not impossible. It's going to be undesirable putting a lion tamer right here. And a gladiator school right here. And an actor colony right here. But Don't get Mediator on me. When we first import wine, it's going to slaughter my budget. It's going to hurt so much. But, we get adequately rewarded for our efforts. Are you going to complain and devolve further? No, it doesn't look like it. And I'm going to ultra tax you guys because I'm in desperate need for dosh here. 14% should do for now. Alright, this is actually going better than I'd expected. Sweet, you actually get Academy access there. That's wonderful. You actually didn't grow the way I wanted you to. I wanted to leave. Well, this could still actually work, couldn't it? Not the way I want it to, though. Tell you what, I'm going to put down a couple of... Well, I'll put down one medium statue and a little bit of garden here. And a whole lot more garden here. I know I'm in ultra debt, let's not worry about it. Actually, we will worry about it if we're in ultra debt for a couple of years, but try not to worry about it. I'll get rid of you so you two can grow into each other a bit more. And now everyone's just desperate for more food. That's what happens, you're a little slow on the uptake when it comes to producing food for people. But hey, at least we have a luxury palace. Quintuple says, who delivered their lines the latest? I would never want to single out Brelix for being the last guy to bring in their voice lines at 6:30 today. So I won't. That would not be very nice. Alright, you complain about lack of variety, but you're probably going to hate the lack of desirability shortly. It's not the world's best Patrician block, but it's a Patrician block, and it's working fine for our needs. And besides, they're all getting taxed, that's the important part. But my money situation's about to be a bit grim. Have we made it in time to the city that's under attack? Oh, kind of. There's our army just underneath whoever that is bust. And there's the enemy army marching on to attack it. Hopefully we get there in time, and hopefully we win as well. We're relatively close to the entry point, so our little Nix
Jag har hört att det
immigrants
finns jobb här. Jag vill bli en lejontämjare.
will fill these places up quite quickly. Unfortunately, until they do, I barely squeeze any tax out of Nix. We'll get there, though. The problem, though, is these wine imports. I'm actually going to turn off your acceptance of wine to slow down the wine apocalypse on my denarii. And then I'll definitely try and fish my way out of that financially. Da-dum, da-dum. I wonder if these guys ever have any issues with the entertainment. They've all got theatre. They've all got amphitheatre. You guys don't get Colosseum access? It's pretty bad. I would have thought the Colosseum workers would make loops here no problem, but it's not no problem, it's no problem. That's a bummer. I need these Medium Palaces to be luxury palaces. And this, I don't know where the... Oh, thank God we made it. That'll keep Caesar happy for a wee while. Right, what do I do, what do I do, what do I do? Oh, hey, there goes our Colosseum worker. I just need him to make the loop around here, which we may or may not do.
Ave, citoyen! J'aime bien cette ville, pas vous?
Oh, well, I'm glad people like my city.
Servus, Oliver. Du lebst es ganz gut hier.
Something quite funny about having the great German as the gladiator and the great Frenchman as the lion tamer.
Ja, eigentlich ist schon alles lauter.
Freaking Austrian actors. Oh, don't be devolving on me now. We need to not be having devolution. 2, 3, 4. I was having the idea of a fifth one of these, wasn't I? Let's have you here, shall we? Even though we're still in ultra debt. But you want better desirability. That's difficult for me to deliver where I am. Pretty difficult to deliver from where I'm standing, but not impossible. A large statue right here would give you a little touch. A large statue here would aid that little touch. Just keeping myself in ultra debt for these patricians. Means to an end, but I really need a lot more people in here to tax. Oracles help out with this in a big way. Of course, I don't have the power of the Oracle. There's this space, but I want it to grow into a lovely place for a patrician. Oh crap, I put you in the wrong place there. I should have had you one further out, or else you won't be able to expand. So actually, this is a reasonable place for a statue of sorts. Perhaps a medium one will do. Hey, that helped for you. You're still in a bit of a bind. Not insurmountable, but I haven't considered where I'll put your... I'll wait until the other patricians are done. There's no big difference between large palace and luxury palace. The main concern right now is debt. I need to dig out of debt. On the double. We still produce plenty of goods, but if I go a year... When did I go back into debt? Did it even mention me being in debt? Well, if Toga Boy comes for me, I don't have a good enough army to defeat him. Rome increases the price of pottery, so importing it's gotten more expensive, but we've put a stopgap on that until our patricians are able to pay their way a bit better. How can these be devolving with so much pampering? It is a big block, so it's difficult for everything to make their rounds on it, but it's getting done. The food situation is tight. It is enough food, but only barely enough. I produce enough food for 320 times... Oh, I don't produce enough food for 5 luxury palaces. 320 times 3. That's 960. 200 per luxury palace. I can't actually have another one over here. Not without problems. Not unless I increase my food production, and I don't want to do that. Jake, I love you, but this city centre is the scrambled eggs of urban planning. I will not elaborate. Oh, you don't have to. I know it is. This map is horrible for building on. It's rugged, and there are little rocks everywhere. Not as much as Marek would put down, but still more than I like. Okay, I would rather have this be stable than yin-yanging everywhere. So what I'm actually going to do is instead of that, I'm going to have my own personal home here. Clunk. And now, there we go. That should take care of any issues. Oh, man, it's been a lot to triumph as far as we have so far. And we're not even done yet. We're still in debt. We're still in horrible ultra debt. And if we stay in ultra debt for too long, Toga Boy is going to come and mess us up. To the point where I'm going to give all my money to the city to try and dig us out faster. At least that way I've kind of paid for my own villa. Am I even exporting that fruit? Oh, yeah. Oh well. They are getting taxed. The problem with tax is you don't instantly get loads of tax from having these patricians. What you need is them to fill up on migrants. And the migrants are coming in.
Tjenare, jag är ny här. Vet du var jag kan bo?
Typical Swedes, they come in, lured by the prospect of being able to pay boatloads of tax. But every immigrant that comes in is only about 4 or 5 people to every house. Fortunately, we're close to the entrance, so they come in quickly, but as soon as these are full of people, my money problems should be gone. But until then...
Ja, denna stadien, den verkar fungera väl.
Tell me more about taxing rich people, Ninjan.
Chefinho, preocupa não, ó, tá tudo perfeito, tudo funcionando direitinho, tá?
Not Brazilian, Ninjan!
Och jag bara älskar att driva in skatt från rika hus som det här. Och jag bara älskar att driva in skatt från rika hus som det här.
This is killing me, man. Please stop. Oh, jeez. Right. Ignoring the ultra debt, ignoring many of the problems we have. As long as I dig myself out of ultra debt, we'll be okay. But I do need to dig myself out of ultra debt to the point where I'm going to ultra tax for a little bit. A few months of that should keep me okay, but I need Caesar to not go off the deep end, because if he sets my my favor down to 10, which he easily could, then that's very bad for me. Why am I so in debt? Come on, let's get us out of debt. We're not meant to be here. I'm going to significantly reduce the amount of weapons that I produce. I'm employing people. No, actually employing those people keeps my unemployment down, and that allows me to tax harder.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute qualité?
Please, Lucky, I need your money. Actually, there's a good chance I'm going to cheese off Toga Boy and he's going to come and attack me. Favor's going to drop to 10, and then I'm going to have to put up with his horrific attacks again. Just because of this immense debt. Oh, Lucky's buying goods to keep me fiscally hydrated.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Oh, ce que j'aime venir ici. Mes affaires vont très bien.
Could somebody please type that out in chat so I can understand what he's saying? Oh, he's coming for me again. Save me, Lucky. Yes! I look so good in black. Right, Toga Boy's going to get some wood as well. I'm going to slow down on my wood production. And the money situation is, tell me again, Ninja?
Och jag bara älskar att driva in skatt från rika hus som det här.
Damn right, give me the scat. Mes affaires vont très bien, postulates Stefan 1010. Okay, we've made it out of ultra debt, and as the money we're making is going to accelerate due to taxing these big, expensive buggers, I can confidently say the only thing that can destroy me right now is an invasion that just kicks my teeth in, or something that I've horrifically overlooked. But we definitely produce enough food to keep these people fed, barely. I am making people unhappy with my extreme tax policy, but this is just to keep us out of debt for now. And now all I really need to do is expand my plebs. Health is very good, that's too good. Next plebs I make get no doctor care. Need to flatten this curve, because look, there are no fresh people to come and replace the old retirees. I did not rebuild my military academy, and even if I do so right now, it wouldn't help, because you need losses to be replenished before they actually get new training. So, squeezing in the additional 4,000 people that I need shouldn't be too hard. We've got plenty of places to farm here. I'm just going to shove plebs around here, and... Ooh, I said it shouldn't be a problem, didn't I? It's only Casa. Casa is very easy to squeeze into places. And squeeze I shall.
Gegroet, zie je al die werkeloze sloebers? Doe er eens wat aan.
Sloebers?
Nossa senhora, que só...
Asta este o rușine. N-am văzut niciodată atât de mulți plebi fără muncă.
Okay, so people are not so happy with my city anymore. They're only very pleased with me, and that's going to go down, but my money goes up. And my prosperity, that's more important. The prosperity is finally going to go up from these pathetic numbers.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute qualité?
Y'a pas de place pour ces maudits de choses n'importe où dans la ville.
Double bill of Quebecois. Yeah, I'm still ultra taxing people, but that's okay. I'm going to ultra tax them until they're not so happy with me, and then I'm going to turn around and expand the plebeian blocks. I suppose one other thing that could destroy my city is accidentally building on the natives' lands. Toga Boy is actually quite happy with me. Hey, there we go. He's excited with my performance because I've actually kept his favor quite high. I feel a bit bad about this this villa here, but the rocks get in the way of it evolving further. But this villa being here ensures that all of these guys get labor access. If this weren't here, there's a chance that a labor walker could come out of this farm, or any of these farms, and then go and then get lost in the granaries before it even finds somewhere. So although this medium villa might seem a bit of a sore thumb, it's quite a useful sore thumb. I will get back to you accepting wine. You're going to fill up. You're going to hurt my money, but that's okay. I didn't want these wineries not actually delivering their goods. Show some mercy for the poor software on YouTube that has to auto-subtitle the recording of the stream. I can hear the YouTube scripts cackling from here. Oh, okay. The moment our units arrive back from that attack, we get a native attack. My least favorite kind of attack in the game. As I said, the one thing that could reasonably... reasonably defeat me at this point is an invasion, and this, if I'm not mistaken, is an invasion. That's actually pretty bad for these guys getting to where they need to go, so how about we dunk up a gatehouse about here, just to discourage our foes from going where they want to go. Look at that, immediately going for the walls. Oh dear, there are a sizable number of them. Holy moly! Units on the double, please. Where even are they? Oh, they're freaking miles away. Uh-oh. Well, this is pretty bad. Too close to enemy units to be building up more wall now. They're still arriving. Oh, Jesus. So here's something to consider when making your map. Local units and certain enemy armies move incredibly fast. If you've got a big map, you should probably give your map maker or your map player some tools to deal with this. Like some towers. Oh Jesus, they're gonna go and mince my patrician block. Uh-oh. Oh, dearie me. Yeah, my legions are nowhere near close enough to this. Bye, Hippodrome. Oh dear. Oh dearie me. Are you sure you sent them all? No. Damn. Well, there goes my several dozens of thousands of denarii worth of wine. And my Colosseum. And my palaces. I hate the local attackers so much, and they're set to attack my most important buildings. Taxing people when my tax place has been burnt to the ground. Well, if you enjoyed watching that that patrician block being built, lucky you, you get to see it being built again. What the hell's been broken now? Probably just destroying things on the way out. Yeah, I reckon so. Right, this is... I'm not even sure if I have the money to manage this. But we gotta do. We gotta do what we gotta do. Which is our entire patrician block being remade. So yeah, local barbarians, they come out of nowhere, so you never anticipate them coming. They're incredibly fast, especially if you tell them to target a certain part of the town. And on a large map, it's very difficult to anticipate those attacks. So yeah, this was just another horrible thing done by the map maker. Whether or not they knew to do it this horribly is beyond me. There we go, get back from where you belong. Right, I have a lot of things to rebuild here. Fortunately, if you right click on something, it tells you what it once was. Oh, they also took out my entire warehouse, my entire warehouse full of marble. Ah, Jesus. This is going to be a lot to replace. Well, back to Ultra Debt we go, except this time I'm not sure I can fight my way out of it. God, this map is really doing everything in its power to make me have a miserable time. That's meant to be Marek's job. Like, Marek is great at doing that in Caesar. Right. Yeah, losing the wine and the pottery is the biggest pain there, because that stuff is incredibly expensive to get back. I don't think I have the income to make up for that. But however you cut it, I do need to import some pottery. At least some to get things rolling again. Culture's doing great though, oh god. My prosperity is about to tank as well because we just lost all of our high-level buildings. And I worry that that might not be the last of these horrible out-of-nowhere attacks. If there are more, then nothing I can do but just make this solid wall and hope that they take long enough to chew through it to let my army get there. Ugh. It's one thing to lose from that, but it's even worse to just barely hang on, because rebuilding your shattered city feels so bad. And of course, I lost my marble, so I can't replace the temples that I have. Now, ordinarily, I would have set up towers to destroy these attackers, because towers are a great extra defense if you know that your units can't get to places on time. But of course, towers were disallowed on this map. Hey, at least one of our patricians survived, somewhat. Oh, hang on, hang on. They cut off water for these people as well. Ooh, jeez, I am low on people then. Very low. Total bill on this bender is probably in the region of 30,000 or 40,000 denarii. And you might notice I don't have that kind of money. Right, I'll do what we can. Colosseum, Senate House, large statue, gladiator school. Well, the temples need to be replaced or else the gods are going to be less than impressed. Actually, I lost so much population that they're actually not going to be that cheesed off. So one of our marble quarries also went down. It's so deflating when this happens. I'm trying to keep upbeat.
Burger, deze plek heeft meer arbeiders nodig. Burger.
Salve! Es wird eine Menge Arbeit kosten, die...
Right. Can't even afford to be replacing the stuff. I have no tax income. Well, I need lucky to keep buying my goods then. Fortunately, I still have some... Oh, crikey, what about my my prefects and things? Oh god, some lived on, and they still have their goods on them as well. That could be useful to me, actually. Alright, this was also aqueduct. I'll try and preserve them, but they are fire risks. Nitrous sounds as if he's eating something and speaking at the same time. No, it's just the Dutch. Right, one step at a time. Clinic. Fountain. That engineer's post is quite vital. Barbaren. Right, I can't be affording any more imports here, so importing pottery is now off. Oh god, yeah, I should not have started taking in the wine, because yeah, that just thrusts me into ultra debt, and I need to drag myself out of ultra debt on the double. I have the workers for this. I'm not going to rebuild the Senate just yet. Temples are a pretty high priority. I wonder if Neptune was displeased previously. It'd be nice to get his blessing. Okay, I didn't foresee your soldiers taking so long to get home. That's a big miscalculation on my part, says Palmar. Yeah, a few soldiers around here to have fought that off would have been there in time, but just... Generally, what you've got to know is that those local invaders are a real pain because you never see them coming and they're so fast. There's nothing a city builder can do other than preemptively build defense for them. And you took away my preemptive defenses for them, so that's a problem. Let's hope there aren't more of those. As soon as I have the money, I'm going to have to build up a big wall. Oh yeah, crikey, I need another granary because they tore down a bunch of my food as well. You must be the wheat granary. Fortunately, my markets survived, so... Well, some of our markets survived, so I should be able to get some of those goods back. Just turns out it takes longer for your soldiers to cross the city. It takes the locals to tear down 20 layers of walls. It really does. Legionnaires are incredibly slow. Huh? Oh, right, they actually picked away at some of this as well. And you might say, why not use cavalry? It's because cavalry fight like dirt. Cavalry would have lost that fight. At least my my units won, despite the losses they took. Right, let's just slowly rebuild here. But there's a good chance that I'm going to lose because Toga Boy's going to go off on one. Seeing you building right adjacent to the edge of the map gives me extra anxiety, says John. Not a lot of great places for building otherwise. Bollocks. This is another concept. Oh, right, that I really don't want happening. Because these have a lot of goods for me. Oh, go put it out.
Đám lửa này, lửa sẽ lan nếu như không dập kịp thời.
Thank you. I suppose a lot of them are just wandering through the rubble rather than anything else.
Naprawdę brakuje nam pracowników.
Still have a worker shortage, but they're coming on in. Okay, Mars has sent a spirit to watch over my poor, decrepit city. I need to get out of debt before I start building anything more, otherwise I risk the wrath of Toga Boy. Couldn't handle the natives, couldn't handle the entire Roman army, because I've already had to fight off Caesar once. Where was the God of War 5 minutes ago? Where indeed? Jeez, I hate local invasions so much.
Ik hou wel van een feestje, maar deze plek is zo leuk als mijn vakantie naar België.
Apparently nature works hard. Right, I'm in desperation mode for money. I'm going to flip off Neptune and then exalt him in the hopes that he gives me ultra money. Because currently I don't have ultra money, and here comes more attacks. Ooh. Yeah, just another little poke and my city is doomed. The fund situation is already awful, and I need to dig my way out of that big time.
Diese Stadt ist langweilig. Sogar ein Priester schätzt von Zeit zu Zeit einen guten Gladiatorenkampf.
Okay, there we go. Neptune is less than pleased. I can see Mr. AMW posting up what was once my beloved city block. Thanks for that. We all need a reminder of better times right now. So long for units to move around. I would love to erect a better wall, but something happened to all of my money. So I don't really have what it takes to be erecting a better anything. I think my goose is cooked. If I don't drag myself out of debt right now, and I mean right now, Caesar is going to gut me alive. Neptune, could you please help me out with this? Ultra prostate myself. Oh crap! No, I missed. Oh, I missed. I misclicked there, and actually, I'm not sure I misclicked. I think I had the good. Oh, I don't have the marble to replace it. No, I'm willing to blame the Logitech G502 for that double click. Someday I'll get it replaced. Until then, I'll just complain about it. Please, more marble. I need to beg to Neptune for money. There we go. The undo button went away because I had double clicked after misplacing it, so I couldn't undo it and get my goodies back. Well, we'd hear more of the community voices if half of our city hadn't gotten cleaved apart by local invaders. Toga Boy wants weapons. We're not going to give them to him just yet, because I have a feeling my favor is about to go to 0 due to ultra debt, which I'm still struggling to get out of. I need Lucky to buy my goods and get me out. Get me out of it. Get me out of it. Alright, Neptune's trying to help me out. I need Lucky to go and buy my goods at inflated values. There's still a good amount of weapons for him to buy. There we go, back in black. Now. Now. What can I do? Amphitheater. School. Been waiting on this money so that I can actually rebuild this area. Library. I'm gonna be so unhappy if there are more of those local force nonsense. And there probably is, because if we had them before, we'll likely have them again. Alright, there's a luxury palace here. We'll have it back. And there was a luxury palace here, which we shall have back. Ancient statue just to keep it in place. There's a bathhouse here. And a temple to Ceres here, which I just barely have the marble for. It's okay, we still have, what, 30 years left to beat this? Eh, almost. I'm not going to rebuild my villa just... Oh, they took out my triumphal arch. Ah, damn. Fortunately, that's free to replace. But these are unique. You lose them, you don't get them back. The only reason I had another one was because Did I place that in the wrong place? I did place it in the wrong... Oh, and I can't undo that. Ah. I thought that was right. I didn't see that little bit of the rock there. Oh, this is going worse and worse by the moment. Oh, well, I ain't moving that thing. We'll have to make do with much more modest statues. Right, that's all your place to rebuild yourself into. Temple to Venus was here. Temple to Venus was bigger than I thought. There's a bathhouse here. Oh right, we had warehouses and statues here. Getting warehouse for oil and furniture, as I recall. What was here? Gladiator, Actor Colony, and Lion House. We'll build those later. I will need my academy back. Temple will have to wait. Hospital cannot. Phew! Alright, it's almost back to how it was. Almost. Some markets were here, they're dead now. Yeah, rubble does reduce desirability quite a lot, even. I'm gonna get rid of my villa that once was. Hopefully this hovel, about the only thing that survived from our palaces, can spring back. I need my hippodrome back as well. I'm just going to delete this, because walkers actually like to walk over rubble. Amphitheater and... Not again. Not again! These things. Oh, look at them, they're instantly going because they're set to attack a certain point. Oh, Jesus, no. Oh, Jesus, no. Okay, they're still coming. They're gonna just mob my army. And good mine by Patrician block again. Alright, this time we stopped them a little bit ahead of time, but that just cost me my wine again! Oh, Jesus. Well, that again cost me money that I don't have. And now I need to re-import that wine. Actually, I'm going to avoid re-importing the wine because I have a reasonable amount of wine in some of these marketplaces. So you'll just accept nothing for now. There goes another temple to Mars, the mission post, the school. Now I'd like to redo my defenses in the corners, but I don't have the money for it, so I need to pump my money into the Patricians so that I can dream of having the money for it. Amphitheater and hospital. God, I hate this map. There we go. Mars. Mars, help me out here. Whew. Still, it's not as bad as Marek's Seleucid's Cartaman map. But really, the map maker here has set out to make the player have an unpleasant time. That is as clear as day. So if that was their goal, then well done. But as I said, that's like having a dungeon master who says, "Oh, nice level 1 party, here's your dragon encounter." Right, what are these guys missing out on? The entertainment, of course. I will give them the Colosseum. Should I just hippodrome them? I think I'll just hippodrome them. It's really good for the entertainment. Of course, I can't wait for another surprise attack to go and level my hippodrome, but needs must, and I need my patricians back. It's a little awkward. Right, Senate, however you cut it, I need my tax income. Just a little bit at first. You can only have 6 armies, Mozart, and I already have 6. And because the invasion points are at the opposite end of the map, and heavy infantry is incredibly slow, I've just got to do what I can do with this. Oh, they're complaining about wine supply now. Because of course the markets don't have good access to wine. You do, though. Oh, the academy needs to be rebuilt. Temple to Mercury. Just embracing that ultra debt.
Ik hou wel van een feestje, maar deze plek is zo leuk als mijn vakantie naar België.
Ah, they're complaining because the academy access has been lost because I took too long to rebuild it. Right, Venus, come back to me. Colosseum, come back to me. And much as it pains me, I'm going to temporarily accept wine. And then I'm going to not accept wine. Oops. Oh god, no. Click on all sorts of things wrong. Just to get a little bit of wine thrown into here so the market ladies can take it. I don't want to import wine because that costs a ton of money. What else can I do? What am I thinking of doing here? I don't know. Was it to plan to prevent the invaders wrecking that arch so it'd still be standing and annoying you? It does annoy me. A large statue would go a long way here, and not having it is actually going to hurt quite a bit. I need the academic to march north. Oh, and these guys have grown in the wrong way. But I might just be able to cope with that by doing this. Oh no, that was a terrible thing to do for various reasons. There we go, I can fix this later on with some skilled devolution. Good, grow, grow, grow. And now they need the Lion House. That's a bad place for it, put the actor colony here instead. And they need the Gladiator School and the Lion House. Hope to God there's not a lion, not the Lion House, a Gladiator attack on this level. That would just be the ultimate piss take. Of course, this is a whole freaking level of piss take. There is not, Jake. That would be cruel. Of course it would be cruel. That's why I think it might be possible. Right, fortunately we've re-established our patricians. Now if we could just get some population to these patricians and get them leveled back up, we might be back into the good zone. Mostly I need you to grow up. You will in due time though. And when I have the money, I'm going to redo my defenses. Big time, because my defenses need to be rock solid against these local invaders. Unfortunately, Seleucids are on their way. I swear to God, if there are more local attacks. These guys are going to have a hard time evolving because I got rid of my large statue. However, some additional large statues here and here can still help. Rome needs my IKEA. I actually have IKEA to send Toga Boy. And I'll also send him the weapons. The rest of this money goes to the city though. I really miss my large statue. However, my own personal villa can help out with this. This did not evolve the way I wanted it to whatsoever. I'm actually going to get rid of this fountain. You're going to start devolving. Actually, you're not because of how well I've built this actually. But I'm going to force some devolution here, and I'm going to break these buildings apart a bit. Comes with some costs, but I really want to have my two glorious patricians here. You're going to shrink another couple of times. Good, you shrunk exactly the way I wanted you to. I'm going to put that here. I'm going to... I'm going to put a small statue right here. Oh my god. Nicky, Max, whoever he is, just got in my way there. There we go. There we go. Now you're going to regrow into this area. Splendid. Now I can get rid of this. And I can have my fountain back here. And now you're going to grow into all of that. Whew! I tell you, that was rough. So if we can just hold out a little longer, we'll be back in the black zone. Yeah, it's ultra tax o'clock to get us to the black zone. Don't worry, Jake, you surely have the money to play around with your patrician, but I surely do. Why do you not have bathhouse access? Oh, it's probably just because of devolution issues. Grow into each other, absorb each other. Good, good, good. Grow more, more, more. One more. I said one more, damn it. There we go. And a little more. Just a tiny little bit in there. Yeah, you having a laugh here? Come on. I can't really give you much more than that, you know. Well, there was this broken medium statue. I suppose I could fix that. And I'm running out of more that I can give you, sunshines. Couple of small statues here in case this is here. Yeah! Okay, as for you... You're so close, so very close. Can't block this, it's the road to Rome, so what else can I do to improve your everything? I could get rid of this lion hut. Sandstorms is bad, I could bring it back. It's still technically a luxury palace. The graphic bugged out a bit because of undoing the lion pit, but it's definitely a luxury palace. Oh, no, they lost all their wine! Oh, I gotta spend money on wine. No! Those wine slurping patricians, get your wine back. Stay. Unfortunately, I'm about to import wine at great personal expense. Oh god, look at all that wine coming in. It just cost me loads of money. I need to turn off your acceptance of wine shortly. Probably approximately now. I'm pretty low on pottery as well, so regrettably I also have to import that. Yeesh. The occupant number is really low, so the tax I squeeze out of these guys is also really low. However, if I can just get back into the black... Stop that pottery import right now. If I can just somehow squeeze my way into the black, I should be able to survive. Why does this feel so familiar? Is the old plot in the corner of the Patrician Square saved for that native hut? This plot? I don't have the food stuff here to appreciably add more patricians, and I don't want to expand it to add more food. And there's nothing that I need to add to this, so there's no point in adding more currently. Can you not produce more wine? Do they all need... No, I don't need all these iron mines, but it keeps the unemployment lower, which allows me to tax higher. Although, I really need to squeeze more tax money out of these patricians on the double. I really think Toga Boy's about to invade me, though. I've been in the black for a long time. In the red, rather. Okay, only negative 1800. I do have an army. Oh, I've got an army, alright. Right, so the Seleucids are approaching. Sadly, I can't beat them up for money. And again, it just takes so long to march your army across this map. You might reasonably say, then why not have your army more centralized? It would be a consideration, but I don't have the money to be moving around these 1,000 denarii forts. Holy smokes, they're burning their way through already. That's bad. Uh-oh. Oh, this is about to feel extremely familiar. Fight, my mighty Roman warriors! Okay, thank goodness for that. Thought I was in the black, but I was looking at my population, not my denarii. Okay, new year, new quotas.
Je sais pas pourquoi je me soucie avec cette route. Ils veulent rien m'acheter, ou bien ils ont rien à me vendre.
Please, Lucky, buy my goods. My extreme rate of taxation is making everybody very unhappy. I actually need to lower it. 11% should suffice for now. Walls just get cleaved through by enemy armies like they're not even there, so sadly walling wouldn't help much.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute qualité?
Lucky, please buy my weapons. I don't know how long I've been in debt for, but I think it's too long.
Ah, bonne journée à vous. Est-ce que je peux vous intéresser à des biens de haute qualité?
Gonna last another month. Seriously, Lucky, I need you to buy those weapons right yesterday. Just going for it. I'm gonna throw what little money I have towards the city as well. Come on, Luckster, get me in the black. Oh, thank goodness, we're back. We're back in business. Right, we just need to hold a little bit. No more of these out-of-nowhere native lightning speed attackers to tear down my everything. They're the real pajama warriors. Rebuild my walls, enjoy a bit of patrician income, enjoy some much-needed peace, and get my favor back up with Toga Boy, because Toga Boy is livid. I should have pushed the Hippodrome one bit south, so there's a bit of pathway here for my walkers to go around, but they can also go this way, so it's not actually too shabby. And believe it or not, that is still a luxury palace. This sprite is just bugged out right now. Okay, also invasions stop immigration, so it was slowing down the flow of patricians into my city. Toga Boy really wants that oil. I'm going to set exports over 22 just to get what he needs. Wow. Right, much as it pains me, I do need a military academy. Where's it gonna go? Can't put it there. The natives consider that land their own somehow. I can definitely slow down with all this iron and weapon production a touch, so I'm going to clear out 2 of these and put my Milty Academy right there. And now the replacement Javeliniers are going to be academy trained, making them, well, not the Uras, they're already fully fleshed out, but any other replacement will be fully trained. Ah, man. These patricians are alone going to hold this city. Need that peace rating. I need a lot of peace rating, which does mean I need to survive for quite a long time. Population is still required, but there's no point buffing up my population right now. It's just going to hurt my prosperity and my income, because those people need jobs, and they will not pay taxes. But currently the best thing I could do is employ a lot more people for useless jobs. So I will, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Expensive, I know. Toga Boy won't be happy about that, but when is he ever? But now, with unemployment down at only 3%, now I can quite happily tax, or rather ultra tax, and the people won't mind. Because they're all fed, apart from the poor sorry souls that live in the tents, but screw those guys. Caesar gets his oil. And I do produce oil at a good rate, at least. Now, how's that tax looking?
Diese Stadt ist ein ganz netter Ort.
Ja, denna stödjer den verkar fungera väl.
Ninja even likes my city.
Och jag bara älskar att driva in skatt på rika hus som det här.
It's so stupid. Thank you, Ninja. It's a good line, but you have to understand how little I like Swedes and Sweden and Swedish.
Ja, denna stödjer den verkar fungera väl.
Fire prevention is fine. You might be talking about these guys, but native huts are immune to fire, except for fire that spreads. Okay, shall I say they have no fire risk, no collapse risk, and no need for local labor?
Salve! Es wird eine Menge Arbeit kosten, diesen Barbaren zu zeigen, welche Vorzüge Rom
If you look really closely at them...
Salve! Es wird eine Menge Arbeit kosten, diesen Barbaren zu
There's a
zeigen,
joke
welche
to be said
Vorzüge
about the
Rom
language they're
kann.
speaking and the gestures they're making, but it's below me. Local health is very good. Very good is actually better than I want it. I want it to be a lot worse. More people dying means, well, it's going to be better for a long and stable city. I actually don't know how building health works, HMS Submarine. Everything dies so quickly that it's not really worth considering most of the time. Right, favor is only at 57. Jesus, it's going to bad places. I didn't pay tribute again last year. But we will crawl our way out of debt.
Không có dấu hiệu tội phạm nào ở đây.
I'm glad there's no sign of crime. What do you think? I keep thinking that my lion tamer is Marvin, but it's not. It's Dr.
Allez, citoyens, j'aime bien cette ville. Pas vous?
What about you, Marvin?
Servus, Oliver. Du lebst es ganz gut hier.
I'm glad it's so good. Okay, we're finally somewhat comfortably in the black. So much so that I'm going to throw us back into the red by re-accepting imports of wine and re-accepting imports of pottery. Dangerous, I know, but I don't want to run out of this and have this devolve on me. Bring in all that glorious wine. You're going to go grab that wine, and then just like that, I'm going to stop accepting that wine because it's just so expensive. When I'm in the super black, then I will be happily accepting all the wine that can be sold to me. It's expensive enough just taking in this blessed pottery. At least our consumption of pottery is very slow. Right. We have been pushed to the brink, but we're still here. I almost have the money to rearrange my defenses. So I'm not even going to think about it, I just am going to increase my defenses. Again, we can't build on the land that the natives consider their own, but building these walls is just such a pathetic suggestion anyway, because they get cleaved through like they're not even there. I guess that's not the map maker's consideration at all, it's just mine. But let's just try and delay these people as much as possible from coming in. This is a bigger concern. If they come through, they'll cleave through this like it's not even there. And there's no way to reinforce this with better or really any walling. So I guess we're just going to have to hope that there's no huge attacks coming in. If my peace were a lot better, I would just steamroll towards victory right now. But my peace was shattered by that attack, meaning I have to wait this out. And it goes up by 5 per year, so that's over 10 years of having to wait on peace. 10 years of whatever attacks the map maker has in store for me. It's not so good. The graphical issue here does concern me. I'm going to see if I can't force devolve you. And then re-evolve you. Oh, you are proving tricky, aren't you? Wow, it really doesn't want to devolve. What does it take? What does it take? Kind of tells me that I didn't need this plaza to begin with. The real plaza was within me all along. There we go. Now it is properly a large palace, and then if I just give them their silly statues back. And I guess a little bit of their plaza. Well, I think the main problem was this, wasn't it? Oh man, now I've gone and done it, and now I gotta undo it. Holy smokes, what does it take? There we go, there we go. Now I just give you your lion house back. And there we go, no longer bugged out. Whew. Okay, the black is good. I can finally send Caesar his tribute so he stops getting angrier at me every month. Well, extra angry every month. Maybe I really should wall this part of the hippodrome off. To stop them getting any ideas of coming through here at all. So it's a weak point entry into my patricians. At least damage done here is only damage to plebs. Who cares about plebs? It's when they get over to here that becomes a huge problem. Oh boy. Right, we have good money, prosperity rises, peace is rising 5 per year now. Yeah, but we need 70 more, so that's what, 14 years? Well, I actually don't think there's much to do other than speed up and make sure that, well, now that we have good money, I can ensure that we stay topped up on wine. So I'll make sure that you accept plenty of wine, you accept the pottery, and it really is just a case of work our way up. At the start of a certain year, although I don't know which one, I'll build up some more pleb blocks. But where we are right now, that doesn't need much of a consideration, thankfully. Stop! Just stop! The first one was definitely the worst when it comes to these sudden attacks, because that was when my army was away defending another Roman city. Total cock move, by the way. Hey, when the enemy's army is away from the city, I should send a great big, unexpected attack. Alright, so they just have to chew on walls for a while. Army, please. My wine! I just got done replacing that wine. Yeah, they removed the Triumphal Arch, but now I have no more Triumphal Arches. Yeah, that's it. I don't want to play this map anymore. That's the third time it's just gone and rolled over my Patrician block. I don't have the heart to rebuild it. I have voiced many times how I hate this map, and I'm not hating it any less. That's a horrible thing to say, given that someone has enthusiastically made this as their first ever map. But I suppose I should go over all the reasons why I think this is a god-awful map. Okay, it's tried to do everything, and it's really done everything. The problem is you seldom want everything on a map. It's a desert map, so that lends itself to some certain weaknesses. Your range on various things is hampered, so it's a really good challenge that moving water around is difficult. Great! But then to add to that, the early game was nothing but slums because you had no money, terrible trading opportunities, you had to deal with the natives just to print some money, immediate attacks, which I was barely able to fend off, immediate requests as well. God, the land is horrible. There are rocks everywhere. There are natives everywhere. Please don't do that on a map unless you're really trying for something good. Because it just means that you just have to gingerly build around these natives, and it's a pain in the butt to do so. All it needed was an earthquake. Well, it had an earthquake. It was just enough to cut this all off. Ah, man. And yeah, invasion points far away from each other. Okay, that's not inherently a bad thing, but when your land is rugged and you have limited places to build on, especially for positioning your army, don't stop your player from having defenses. At least with some towers, it would be fine to spread out my army like this. And if nothing else, the fact that most of these attacks are sudden attacks you don't see coming means I can't be prepared for them. It's just, oh, attack out of nowhere. They're lightning fast, and they bulldoze through your block before you can even move your army to position. Now, this can be dealt with foreknowledge. If I were playing this a second time, I'd be able to deal with these problems because I know they're coming. But I don't really do that. Maybe that's on me, maybe that's not, but I always like to live build my cities without knowing what's coming. But this map was horrible! I'm glad to hear that you've learnt a ton, and I would hope to see more maps out of you, but I liked my earlier description of this being like a child making a cupcake, so I'm going to reiterate it. They want to make a cupcake, so they've added in apple and sugar and lemon zest and marshmallows, 3 types of chocolate and Lucky Charms, bits of banana. They mixed it with full corn and proper flour, and it's just turned into some monstrosity of all sorts of flavors that nobody really wants to eat. Funnily enough, I think I could beat this map from here, but I'm too deflated by these freaking massive, out-of-nowhere attacks to even bother to continue with it. So, if you did set out to defeat me on this, like the most jackassed of dungeon masters, then congratulations, you have. But boy, what a miserable experience playing this map was. But maybe that's for the better. We've had too many great maps, and there are more great maps coming. Why don't we rinse this taste out of our mouth by previewing some? Ah, I feel better already not looking at that map. Time to unwin some Harvest Moon? Almost. I need to get some din-dins and then look into that. Right, I have some maps upcoming. I need to check my own schedule to find out what they are. The Dunkill Oasis. Well, since that's coming tomorrow, we won't preview that. Why don't we have a look at some John maps that have been submitted, and they'll be coming up in the following weeks and or months. He has sent Blood Under the Bridge. Is this really the map? Is this the map I'm thinking of? It doesn't look at all like what I was thinking about. Then even I haven't seen this map. Blood Under the Bridge. Oh yeah, Palmer, you've already sent me Edelweiss. I'm a little scared of that map now. There's not a lot of land to build on and 9,000 people to cram into this map. Limited invasion points, extremely limited options for watering my people. This is like a more malicious version of Who's Your Toga Boy, because it looks like the only farmable land is this tiny patch down here. So this is going to be an incredible challenge on how to actually build a city. Wheat is the only food available. Wow, it's going to be difficult to even feed 5,000 people with this food. Knowing John, he's added garum. He has not added garum. One of the trademarks on Illustrator John's maps is that there's always fish available, but there's not here. So surely there's a lot of food to import. Oh yeah. 25 vegetables, 25 fruit, 40 wheat, 25 fruit. And that's still a little tight on the food. And importing food is extremely difficult to do, especially by boat, because it's so slow to come in. So I'm going to need a lot of tight docks. Naturally, John has not given me any place for putting some tight docks. Well, this is going to be hard as hell. And this wasn't even the map I was thinking about. What else has John sent our way? Wrong button. Exit builder, city construction kit. I thought it was... Yeah, that was Blood Under the Bridge. What in the world was I looking for? Was it a bridge too far? No, certainly not a... Wait, maybe that is the map I was thinking of. No, that's someone else's. Can a single city even export that much? You mean import, right? It would have a very difficult time importing that much. Trading trouble, says John. Thank you. Trading trouble is what I'm looking for. Oh. Yeah, this is the one. Massive map, unusual for John, but a gorgeous map. And it's a little strange, isn't it? There's lots of good land to build on. No, notice this, right? John puts rocks on a map. They are large, overt rocks. It's not rocks where you try to build something and there's just this little pixel of nonsense in your way and then suddenly you can't build your block anymore. Big, overt roadblocks in your way like that. Now, John has elected to scatter natives all over the place, but it's thematically all over the northern point. So there's a price to pay for going and farming this land. You don't need to even think about that when you're building on the rest of the map. And that's why natives scattered are a real problem. It's constantly going along building and then being, oh, I put one pixel in their land and now they raised my whole city. Still though, 12,000 is a massive population. I normally don't play maps over 10k, but it's a lot of place to build it. Wonder what makes this such a trading trouble. Okay, there's 7 places to trade with. Syracuse has massive opportunities here. There's also, I think, a spiel that goes with it, so I'll be sure to read that out when we get to it. But there's one more map that John has that has me bam bloody boozled. Where is it? What was the other one, John? I have forgotten its name. And I've got so many maps here that I can't tell one from the other these days. Pain. Yeah, Pain sounds about right. Yeah. What do you do on this map? There's no space for anything. It's infested with wolves. The coastline is horrific, so even though you can fish in almost nowhere. You have to somehow cram 2,500 people here with 75 prosperity. That means either everybody is in Grand Insulae, that's not going to happen, or you have patricians, that's doubly not going to happen. Now this is a puzzle box of a map. There's infinite solutions, but there's significantly fewer infinite solutions here than there are for most maps. Why don't we do what John hates them? Okay, also he's given us 750 starting money. And most of that starting money has to be put onto bridges in order to get somewhere to start your thriving local industry of clay and pottery and furniture. Yeah, let's delete everything and have a good look at what we have to work with. What even fits here? For comparison, that is the size of a regular 2x2 building. And I'd need about 40 of them, maybe? Maybe a little under 40? Let's assume there's 70 per block. 10, 20, 30, 35 then maybe. So let's start doing a bit of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. They're going to need a good road around that. Oh, there's rocks in the way, my favourite. Oh, there's more rocks in the way, doubly my favourite. You need to somehow bridge somewhere. So how do you loop this? I don't know. Okay, well there's no rocks around the back. Alright, and where do the services go? Where do the farms go? The only arable land is here. So okay, there's your farm. They're going to need access to an amphitheater and a theater. They're going to need libraries. They're going to need 2 libraries because it's such a big area. I'm going to need to tax them. My money has to come from somewhere. Speaking of money, I need an industry. And I'm going to need to sell everything by sea? Oh, no, we have land and sea. So a thriving pottery, lumber, or weapon industry has to be made. Okay. Well, let's say we go for pottery. Well, 3 clay pits, and that means I need 6 pottery workshops. 1, 2, 3... Oh, now I can't build over here anymore. Where does the city go? Okay, but case in point, This map is trying to do one thing and do it very, very well. How do you get a functional city inside a small place? I can guarantee you this map is not going to throw 120 native out-of-nowhere attacks on me to bamboozle me, with lots of stealth rocks and limited water and all that. If you want to make a good map, do one or a very short amount of things very well. Okay, I think I'm done ripping into that map. I hope you don't take it too personally there, pal, because, well, I'm not very good at sugarcoating my words, unlike that very well sugar-coated muffin. Right. I'm tired out from that. I'm going to get myself some soup, and then it's time for Harvest Moon Back to Nature in Japanese. Like I haven't talked enough, now I need to do some translating. I will be back in however long it takes to heat up that soup and eat it. I'll say 30 minutes.